Every shadow hides a story, and every story leaves a mark. Haunted Forest is where these stories find a voice and reach those who dare to listen. Join us as we explore what lies beneath the silence of the night. The wind from the echoing gorge still haunts me, a constant, chilling whisper in my ears, even now miles and what feels like a lifetime away. It has been I do not even know how long. Weeks, months. Time has blurred into one long, agonizing nightmare since Sarah and I fled that colossal tree, leaving Mark's essence to be absorbed, his face to become just another anonymous feature in that silent, watching gallery. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of timber, every shadow stretching long and distorted, it all screams tree at me. I see them everywhere. Not just actual trees, but the idea of them, the horror of them. I see Mark's face, not his real one, but the one I saw on the bark, softening, losing its individuality, becoming just wood. And then I remember our own faces, fresh and raw, still out there, slowly, inexorably forming. It is a ticking clock inside my head, a countdown to when our consciousness, our very souls, might be drawn into that same terrifying embrace. Sarah, she is changed. We both have. The easy camaraderie, the shared jokes, the light-hearted banter that once defined us, it is all gone. Replaced by a brittle silence, punctuated by sudden, sharp movements, a flinch at a sound, a haunted, distant look in her eyes. We move like ghosts, hunted and weary, always looking over our shoulders, always scanning the forest line, convinced that any tree could be the tree, or worse, that our tree is out there, calling to us, slowly pulling us in. We drove until the gas tank was almost empty, then abandoned the car on a forgotten dirt road. We walked, staying off main roads, keeping to the fringes of the wilderness. It felt safer, somehow, to be hidden, even if it meant being surrounded by the very things that terrified us. Our logic, I know, was twisted, broken. But what else were we supposed to do? Go to a town, sit in a coffee shop, pretending everything was normal, knowing our faces were out there, literally growing on trees. No, that was impossible. We found this place by accident. A tiny, derelict hunting cabin, tucked away so deep in the woods, it was almost swallowed by the overgrowth. It was barely more than a shack, really a single room with a rusted wood stove and a collapsed cot. But it had 4 walls and a roof, and it felt, for a fleeting moment, like a sanctuary. A place where the wind could not whisper directly into our ears, where the trees were not quite so close, quite so imposing. We spent the first few days just existing, huddling together, sharing what meager rations we had left, jumping at every sound. The silence here was different, though. Not the oppressive, watchful silence of the echoing gorge, but a heavy, almost mournful quiet. It felt sad, like the very air held a deep sorrow. It was on the 3rd evening, just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and angry orange, that I first saw her. I was outside trying to gather some dry kindling for a fire. Sarah was inside, huddled by the cold stove, staring blankly at the wall. My back was to the forest, but a flicker of movement caught my eye off to my left, just where the dense tree line met a small, overgrown clearing. She was standing there at the very edge of the woods. A woman, or what looked like a woman. She was dressed in dark, almost shapeless clothing, her figure indistinct against the deepening shadows. Her head was bowed, her shoulders shaking, and even from that distance, I could hear it. A low, keening sound, a mournful lament that seemed to seep into the very ground. She was crying. My first instinct, my immediate human reaction, was a jolt of concern. Who was out here, alone, weeping like that? Was she lost? Hurt? My hand instinctively reached for a branch to steady myself, my mind already racing through scenarios. But then, the memory of Mark, of the whispers, of the faces it slammed into me. This was not a normal forest. Nothing out here was normal. I froze, heart hammering against my ribs. I just watched her completely still, barely breathing. The wailing continued, a heartbreaking sound that seemed to carry on the evening air, pulling at something deep inside me. It was not loud, not yet, but it was incredibly potent. It felt ancient. After what felt like an eternity, she slowly lifted her head, just slightly. I could not make out her features in the fading light, but I felt her gaze, or the idea of it, sweep across the clearing in my direction. My blood ran cold. I ducked behind a thick cedar bush, pressing myself against the rough bark, trying to become invisible. The wailing stopped. Abruptly. The sudden silence was almost worse than the sound. I waited, straining my ears, listening for footsteps, for any sign she was approaching. Nothing. Just the wind, a faint, familiar whisper that made my stomach churn. After a few agonizing minutes, I cautiously peered out again. She was gone. The edge of the forest was empty. I stumbled back to the cabin, shaking, clutching the kindling like a lifeline. Sarah looked up, her eyes wide. "What is it?" she whispered, her voice tight with fear. There was a woman. I managed my voice hoarse. At the edge of the woods, crying. Sarah's face, already pale, went ashen. Crying, she echoed, her gaze darting to the window, then back to me. What kind of crying? Like she would lost everything. I said, the sound of it still resonating in my mind. A really deep, sorrowful sound. And then she just disappeared. We did not talk about it much more that night. We lit the fire, huddling close, the warmth doing little to dispel the chill that had settled in our bones. Every shadow outside the window seemed to stretch and shift. Every creak of the old cabin sounded like a footstep. We both knew, without saying it, that our sanctuary had just been breached. Or perhaps we had simply stumbled into another trap. The next few days were a blur of heightened paranoia. We barely left the cabin, only venturing out for essentials water from a nearby stream, a desperate hunt for anything edible. Each time, we scanned the forest edge, our hearts pounding, expecting to see her. But she was not there. The silence had returned, heavy and watchful. Then, about a week later, we decided we needed to try and find some supplies. Our food was running dangerously low. We knew there was a tiny, barely there settlement, maybe just a few houses and a general store, a good several miles deeper into the wilderness, supposedly a day's walk from here. It was a risk, leaving the cabin, but starvation was a more immediate threat than another ghost. The walk was grueling. Every tree seemed to watch us. Every shadow seemed to hold a hint of our own carved faces. We tried to stick to what looked like old game trails, keeping our eyes peeled for any sign of human habitation. It was late afternoon when we finally stumbled upon the first signs of the settlement, a rusted mailbox, a broken down fence. The air here felt heavier, quieter even than our cabin. It was like sound itself was muffled. The general store was a ramshackle building that looked like it had not seen a fresh coat of paint in 50 years. Inside it was dusty and dimly lit, smelling of stale coffee and damp wood. An old man, his face a road map of wrinkles, sat behind the counter, polishing a chipped mug. He looked up when we entered, his eyes surprisingly sharp, taking us in. "Well, now," he drawled, his voice gravelly. "Do not see many new faces round these parts, especially not looking as tired as you two." Sarah and I exchanged a glance. We tried to offer a weak smile. "Just passing through," I said, trying to sound casual, normal. "Looking for some supplies." As we gathered a few essentials, canned goods, some dried jerky, a small bag of flour, I could not shake the feeling that the old man was watching us, his gaze lingering. Finally, as I put a can of beans on the counter, he spoke again, his voice lower this time. "You two come from the west, did ya?" he asked, not really a question. "Towards the old logging trails." My heart gave a lurch. That was the direction of our cabin. Something like that. I mumbled. He nodded slowly. You see anything unusual out there? He pressed, his eyes fixed on mine. Hear anything strange? My mouth went dry. Sarah was looking at me, her eyes pleading with me not to say anything. But the man's gaze was insistent. There was a woman. I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. Crying. At the edge of the woods. The old man's face did not change, but his eyes seemed to darken. He slowly set down the mug he was polishing. Ah, he said, the single word heavy with meaning. The weeping woman. Sarah gasped softly beside me. You saw her. Then he continued, his voice devoid of emotion. Heard her wails. He shook his head. Poor souls. Always crying. Always at the edge, just out of reach. Do you know who she is? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. What happened to her? The old man leaned forward, resting his gnarled hands on the counter. Do not rightly know her name, child. Been here my whole life, and she has been here longer. Some say she lost her family in a fire. Others say she was abandoned, left to die in these woods. But the truth is, nobody knows. Just that she is always there, always weeping. He paused, his gaze sweeping between us, a solemn warning in his eyes. And here's what you need to know, children. If you hear her, you do not go to her. You understand. You do not try to comfort her. You do not try to help. Why not? I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. Because, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Those who do they are never seen again. They walk into those woods, drawn by her sorrow, and they just vanish. Like the forest swallows them whole. There was young Billy Jenkins, just last spring. Heard her wailing, felt sorry for her, went to see if she was all right. Never came back. His truck still parked down the road, rusted out now. And before him, old Mrs. Gable's boy, 30 years ago. Same story. Gone. A cold dread spread through me, far worse than any fear of starvation. This was it. Another layer of this cursed forest's malevolence. Another way it claimed its victims. The connection was undeniable. The forest that consumed faces now consumed people, drawn by a different kind of lure. So, you just leave her? Sarah asked, her voice horrified. You just let her cry. The old man sighed, a deep, weary sound. What else can we do? We learned our lesson long ago. She is part of these woods now. A hungry part, maybe. Or just a broken part that drags others down with it. Either way, you stay away. You hear me. You stay away. We paid for our supplies in a stunned silence, our minds reeling. The journey back to the cabin felt infinitely longer. Every shadow a threat. Every rustle of leaves a potential harbinger of the weeping woman. The old man's words echoed in my head like the forest swallows them whole. It was too close to Mark's fate, too close to the idea of our own faces being swallowed by the trees. For the next few weeks, we were even more vigilant. We boarded up the windows as best we could, reinforcing the flimsy door. The cabin became our fortress, however fragile. We spoke in hushed tones, our eyes constantly darting to the windows. The food we would bought from a store helped, but the psychological toll was immense. And then she returned. It started subtly, a faint, almost imperceptible moan on the wind, far off in the distance. We would dismiss it as the wind or an animal, but then it would come again, a little clearer, a little closer. Each time, it gnawed at me, a relentless, insidious sound that seemed designed to unravel my sanity. Her wails were unlike anything I would ever heard. They were not just sad, they were a distillation of all grief, all loss, all abandonment. They resonated with a primal sorrow that bypassed logic and went straight for the heart. It was a sound that made you want to rush to her, to hold her, to tell her everything would be all right. And that, I knew, was the trap. One evening, as dusk was settling, the wailing was undeniably close. Too close. It was coming from the edge of the clearing, just beyond the thick stand of pines that bordered our cabin. I could hear every nuance of it now, the ragged breaths, the choke sobs, the heart-wrenching keening. It felt like she was right outside, begging for help. Sarah was curled up on the cot, her hands pressed over her ears, her eyes squeezed shut. She was shaking uncontrollably. "Make it stop," she whimpered, her voice muffled. "Please, make it stop." But it would not stop. It grew louder, more insistent, weaving its way into the very fabric of the cabin. It felt like it was inside my head, rattling my teeth, vibrating in my chest. And with the sound came an overwhelming urge, a desperate, illogical compulsion to go to her. "She needs help," I whispered, the words escaping before I could stop them. "She sounds so broken." Sarah's eyes snapped open, wide and terrified. "No," she screamed, her voice raw. "Do not you dare. You heard the old man. It is a trick. It is another one of their tricks." She was right. I knew she was right. But the wailing, it was so powerful. It was like a physical tug, a rope around my chest, pulling me toward the door, towards the source of that unbearable sorrow. My feet felt heavy, yet they wanted to move. My hands ached to reach out. I stumbled toward the door, my mind a war zone. The rational part of me was screaming in terror, reminding me of Mark, of the colossal tree, of the old man's warning. But another, darker part, a part softened by trauma and exhaustion, felt an almost irresistible pull of empathy, of a need to alleviate such profound suffering. "I just need to see," I mumbled, my hand reaching for the doorknob, "just to see if she is real, if it is really her." Sarah lunged, tackling me from behind, pulling me away from the door with surprising strength. We fell to the floor in a heap, struggling. "Do not you understand?" she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "This is how they get you. This is how the forest takes you. First the faces, then the whispers, now this. It is all connected." Her words, sharp and desperate, cut through the haze of the wailing. The mention of the faces, of the whispers, it was like a cold splash of water. The rational part of my brain reasserted itself, battling the insidious lure. I looked at Sarah, truly looked at her, seeing the terror in her eyes, the raw, primal fear. And in that moment, the wailing outside seemed to change. It was not just sorrowful anymore. There was an edge to it, a subtle shift in tone that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. It sounded expectant, hungry. I scrambled back, pulling myself away from the door, away from the sound. We huddled together on the floor, our arms wrapped around each other, listening to the relentless, sorrowful, now subtly predatory wails outside. It felt like she was circling the cabin, her cries growing louder, more desperate, trying to find a weakness, a crack in our resolve. We spent the entire night like that, locked in a terrifying vigil. The wailing did not stop until the first faint streaks of dawn touched the sky. As the light grew stronger, the sound gradually faded, receding back into the depths of the forest, leaving behind an aching silence and a profound sense of exhaustion. When the sun was fully up, casting long, pale rays through the gaps in our boarded windows, we dared to move. We crept to the door, slowly, cautiously, and peered out through a crack. The clearing was empty. The forest edge was still. But something was different. Near where I would first seen her, on the trunk of an old, gnarled oak tree, a new carving had appeared. It was faint, barely discernible, but it was there. A crude, almost abstract representation of a human face. It was not detailed, not like the ones we would seen before, but the implication was unmistakable. It was raw, fresh, like the wood had just been torn. My blood ran cold. The weeping woman, she was not just a separate entity. She was part of it, part of the forest's grand, horrifying design. Her wails were a lure, a siren song designed to draw in the empathetic, the vulnerable. And when they went to comfort her, they were consumed, their essence added to the forest, perhaps their faces slowly blooming on its bark. We did not need any more convincing. This cabin, this supposed sanctuary, was just another part of the same vast, malevolent entity. We had to leave. Now, we gathered our few remaining supplies, our movements hurried and frantic. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside, sent shivers down our spines. We were convinced she was still out there, watching, waiting for us to make a mistake. As we slipped out of the cabin, moving as silently as possible, I risked one last glance at the oak tree. The faint carving seemed to shimmer in the morning light, almost like it was still wet. And for a terrifying moment, I thought I heard it again, a faint, distant whisper on the wind, a mournful, hungry sound. We ran. We did not know where we were going or how far we would have to go. But we knew we had to get away from this forest, from this part of the forest, from the weeping woman and her insidious wails. We have been moving ever since, always on the fringes, always trying to find a path that does not lead deeper into the woods, but never quite escaping them either. The fear is a constant companion, a heavy weight in our chests. Every time we pass a new stand of trees, I scan the bark, half expecting to see our faces slowly forming, slowly claiming us. And every time the wind blows, every time a distant sound carries on the air, I strain my ears, listening for that heart-wrenching, soul-destroying wail. I hear it sometimes, even when I know it can't be real. Just a trick of the wind, a phantom echo in my traumatized mind. But sometimes it feels too real, too close. And I wonder if one day that sorrowful sound will finally break through my defenses, finally draw me in, and I will find myself walking towards the edge of the woods, compelled by an unbearable pity, only to become another anonymous face on a tree, another silent victim of the forest's endless hunger. Sarah and I, we are still out here, still running, but I know deep down we are not running from the forest anymore. We are running through it. And the trees, and the echoing gorge, and the wailing woman, they are all just waiting for us to finally give in. The Teton wilderness, the singing stream, the vanished hikers, that was a different story, a different kind of terror. A chilling whisper from the deep woods that I barely escaped with my sanity, and certainly not with my peace of mind. But the world is full of dark corners, and the wilderness, as I have learned, holds more than just beautiful vistas and fresh air. It holds secrets that can unravel you, places that do not belong, and things that should not be. This is not about that stream. This is about a door carved into an ancient oak, a doorway to a place where time itself had no meaning, where the fabric of reality frayed and unraveled like old rope. My name is Alex, and I have always been drawn to the wild. Not in the same way some people are drawn to a challenge or a summit. For me, it was always about the quiet, the profound sense of belonging to something ancient and indifferent. I loved the feeling of being small in a vast, untamed world, the way the forest breathed around me, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a hawk. My job as a freelance nature photographer allowed me to indulge this passion, sending me to remote corners of the country, always seeking that perfect, untouched shot. This particular trip took me deep into a national forest, one of those places that still felt truly wild, where the trails were less maintained, and the chances of seeing another human being were slim to none. I was chasing a rumored stand of incredibly old growth timber, trees that had stood for centuries, perhaps even a millennium. They were said to be giants, survivors of logging eras, hidden away in a valley that was notoriously difficult to access. I spent days hiking, pushing deeper and deeper, leaving behind the marked trails for deer paths, then eventually just following my compass and gut. The air grew thicker, cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The sunlight, once bright and dappled, became a muted green gloom as the canopy above me grew denser, the trees taller, their trunks wider than any I would ever seen. It was breathtaking, a cathedral of wood and silence. And then I saw it. It was not just old, it was ancient. A behemoth of an oak, easily twice the size of any other tree in the grove, its trunk gnarled and twisted, scarred by centuries of wind and weather, its branches reaching like colossal arms towards the unseen sky. Its bark was a tapestry of deep furrows and ridges, dark as old iron, covered in thick moss and lichen. It felt less like a tree and more like a living monument, a silent sentinel that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless generations. There was an aura about it, a stillness that was almost oppressive, a sense of immense, quiet power. My camera felt insignificant in its presence. As I approached, circling its massive base, searching for the right angle, that is when I saw it. Not a knot, not a hollow, but a door. It was impossibly small, maybe 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide, tucked away on the side of a trunk that faced away from the direction I would approached. It was not painted or adorned, just a simple, unadorned wooden panel, almost perfectly flush with the bark. The wood of the door itself seemed to be the same dark, ancient oak, grain running vertically, blending so seamlessly with the tree that it was almost invisible unless you were looking for it. There were no hinges, no handle, no frame, nothing to suggest it was anything but a natural part of the tree, a trick of light and shadow, yet it was undeniably a door. The outline was too precise, too deliberate. Someone had carved it. My heart began to pound, a slow, heavy drum against my ribs. This was wrong. Terribly, profoundly wrong. Who would carve a door into a living tree, especially one this ancient, this remote? And why? What could possibly be behind it? My mind, usually so rational, struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. It defied logic, defied nature. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers brushing against the rough bark, then the smooth, cool surface of the door. It felt solid, real, not a hallucination. The wood was cold, colder than the surrounding bark, as if it held an internal chill. I pushed gently. Nothing. I tried to find a latch, a seam, anything. There was nothing. It was just a solid panel, a perfect, seamless fit. A shiver ran down my spine, but it was not just fear, it was an intense, almost irresistible curiosity. This was the kind of mystery that screamed for an answer, even if that answer promised to be unsettling. I leaned closer, pressing my ear against the wood. Silence. Not even the faint hum of the forest, which seemed to hold its breath around this ancient oak. I ran my hand over the door again, tracing its faint outline. And then, without conscious thought, my thumb brushed against a barely perceptible indentation, a small, almost invisible swirl in the grain near what would be the center of the door. It was so subtle. I might have missed it if I had not been searching so intently. Instinctively, I pressed. There was no click, no creak. Just a soft, almost imperceptible sigh from the tree itself, a sound I felt more than heard, a deep exhalation that seemed to reverberate through the earth. And then, with a slow, deliberate grace, the door swung inwards. It did not swing on hinges. It seemed to simply recede into the trunk, sliding away as if the wood itself were parting. What lay beyond was not a dark hollow, not a cave, not even a tunnel. It was nothing. Absolute, profound blackness. Not the kind of blackness you see in a lightless room, where your eyes eventually adjust. This was an absence of light, a void that seemed to absorb all light, all sound, all sensation. It was a perfect, consuming black. I could not see anything, not even the faint outline of the doorway itself once it had opened. It was like looking into a hole in existence. A wave of vertigo washed over me. My rational mind screamed at me to slam the door shut, to run, to pretend I would never seen it. But that intense, dangerous curiosity held me rooted. What was this? Where did it lead? My photographer's instinct, the part of me that always sought to capture the extraordinary, yearned to know. I took a deep, shaky breath, the scent of damp earth and moss filling my lungs, a scent that felt incredibly precious, incredibly real, in contrast to the nothingness before me. I pulled out my headlamp, flicking it on. The beam, usually a strong, piercing light, seemed to die the instant it hit the threshold. It did not illuminate the blackness, it merely vanished, consumed. It was like shining a flashlight into a black hole. My heart hammered. This was beyond anything I could have imagined. This was not natural. This was not of this world. Yet something compelled me. A strange, almost hypnotic pull, like the silence itself was beckoning me. I had to know. I had to see what was beyond the black. Slowly, carefully, I extended my foot. My boot met no resistance. No floor, no step. Just nothing. I could not feel anything. No texture, no temperature, no air. It was a terrifying, exhilarating leap of faith. I stepped through the door. The moment I crossed the threshold, all sensation ceased. The world behind me, the ancient forest, the rustling leaves, the distant bird calls, it all vanished. There was no sound, no light, no air movement. I could not feel the ground beneath my feet, though I was clearly standing. I could not feel the clothes on my skin or the weight of my pack. It was as if my body had been stripped bare of all its usual sensory inputs, leaving only a hollow, disembodied awareness. The blackness was absolute, but it was not empty. It was full of a profound, unsettling stillness. It pressed in on me, not physically, but spiritually, mentally. It was the silence of a tomb, the void before creation, the nothingness after everything ends. I felt utterly alone, isolated in a way I would never experience before. My own breath, my own heartbeat, I could not perceive them. Had I stopped breathing? Was my heart still beating? I had no way of knowing. I tried to call out, to shout, to make some sound, any sound, to prove I was still real. But no sound emerged. My vocal cords felt paralyzed, my mouth unable to form words. It was like a nightmare where you try to scream, but nothing comes out. Panic began to rise, cold and sharp, but it was a muted panic, a phantom emotion in this place of non-sensation. It was like I was observing my own terror from a great distance, an intellectual understanding of fear rather than a visceral experience of it. How long did I stand there? Minutes, hours, days. Time had no meaning here. There was no sun to mark its passage, no hunger to remind me of my body's needs, no fatigue to suggest the passage of effort. I was simply there, a point of consciousness suspended in an infinite, timeless void. Then, slowly, imperceptibly, the blackness began to shift. Not lighten, but change. It was like the void itself was churning, manifesting something from its depths. Faint, ethereal hues began to bloom into existence, not like light, but like stains on the darkness. Hues that should not exist, colors that had no names. A shimmering indigo that pulsed with an internal light, a phosphorescent green that crawled across the unseen expanse, a deep, resonant crimson that seemed to vibrate with a silent, ancient energy. As these impossible colors coalesced, shapes began to emerge. Not solid objects, but suggestions of forms, like distant memories or half-forgotten dreams. I saw structures that defied geometry, impossible angles and curves that twisted back on themselves, forming architectures that could not exist in 3 dimensions. They were vast, sprawling, stretching into the infinite, yet also incredibly close, pressing in on me from all sides. They were made of light and shadow, of colors that pulsed and faded, constantly shifting, never quite resolving into anything definitive. I saw what looked like mountains, but they were inverted, their peaks pointing downwards into an abyss, their bases floating in nothingness. Rivers of pure light flowed upwards, defying gravity, their currents made of shimmering, liquid starlight. There were forests, but the trees were composed of crystalline structures, their branches delicate and sharp, reflecting the impossible light in a million fractured ways. And then, I saw the things. They were not creatures in the conventional sense. They were more like echoes or projections, faint, translucent forms that drifted through the impossible landscape. Some were vaguely humanoid, but elongated, stretched, their limbs impossibly thin, their heads too large, their eyes burning with the same nameless colors that painted the void. Others were utterly alien, masses of shifting tentacles or geometric shapes that pulsed with an internal rhythm. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, seemingly unaware of my presence, or perhaps simply indifferent. They were part of this place, as much a part of the void as the impossible structures. A profound sense of dread settled over me. This was not just a strange place, it was a wrong place. A place where the rules of existence had been broken, where sanity was a concept that simply did not apply. I felt my mind beginning to fray at the edges, the sheer impossibility of my surroundings gnawing at my perception of reality. My memories, my identity, my very sense of self felt like they were dissolving, becoming one with the shifting, nameless void. I tried to focus, to cling to something real. My name, Alex, the forest, my camera. But even these thoughts felt distant, like whispers from a life I would lived 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a life I had not lived yet. The concept of before and after had no meaning here. Everything was now an eternal, unchanging, yet constantly shifting present. I saw a flash of something familiar, or what seemed familiar, a locket tarnished and old, floating past one of the impossible crystalline trees. It was identical to the one I had seen in the Teton Wilderness, the one near the singing stream, the one that belonged to a vanished hiker. My blood ran cold, or would have if I could still feel cold. Was this where they went? The lost, the vanished. Did they all end up here, their echoes drifting through this timeless void, their minds broken, their bodies dissolved into pure consciousness? The thought was terrifying. I was trapped in a place outside time, outside a reality, where I would slowly, inevitably cease to be me, becoming just another echo, another nameless form drifting through the eternal non-existence. I had to get out. The thought, fragmented and desperate, was the strongest emotion I would felt since entering. I had to find the door. But where was it? The blackness had consumed it upon entry. The impossible landscape stretched in every direction, infinite and featureless, yet constantly changing. I tried to move, to walk, to turn. It was like moving through water, but without the resistance or sensation of water. My limbs felt heavy, yet weightless. I pushed forward, not knowing which direction was forward or up or down. There was no up or down here. I stumbled, or felt like I stumbled, though there was nothing to trip over. The colors swirled around me. The impossible structures pulsed. The silent echoes drifted closer. I could feel their presence, a profound, ancient loneliness that was chilling. They were not hostile, but they were not welcoming either. They simply were, and I was becoming one of them. A profound weariness, not physical but existential, began to settle over me. The effort of simply being in this place was exhausting. My mind struggled to maintain its coherence, like a sandcastle against a rising tide. I felt a strange urge to simply give in, to let myself dissolve, to become part of the infinite, timeless nothingness. It was a seductive thought, a promise of peace, of an end to the struggle. But then a flicker, a memory. My cabin, my dog, Buddy, the smell of pine, the warmth of a campfire. These tiny anchors, these fragments of a real life, fought against the encroaching void. I would not give in. I would not become an echo. I focused all my remaining will, all my desperate fear, on the idea of the door. The ancient oak, the forest, home. I pictured the rough bark, the faint outline of the panel, the small swirl I would press. I projected that image, that memory, into the swirling, impossible landscape around me, like a desperate prayer. And then, through the shifting colors, through the impossible architecture, I saw it. A darker patch in the swirling indigo, a rectangle that seemed to hold its shape, to resist the constant flux of the void. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. The door. I pushed towards it, pouring every ounce of my will into the effort. The echoes seemed to drift closer, their silent forms observing me, perhaps curious, perhaps surprised by my resistance. The impossible structures seemed to twist and turn, trying to obscure my path, to hold me. But I pressed on, driven by a primal, desperate need to return. As I neared the darker rectangle, it solidified, becoming more defined. It was the door. The same size, the same faint outline. It seemed to float in the void, a beacon of reality in a sea of unreality. I reached out, my hand passing through the swirling colors, feeling nothing, until my fingers brushed against something solid. Wood. Cold, ancient wood. The door. I pushed, not knowing if it would open, if it would lead anywhere. There was no mechanism, no visible way to open it. But as my hand pressed against the wood, I felt that same subtle sigh that had opened it before. The door did not swing, it simply receded, parting the darkness. Beyond it, I saw it. Not the blackness of the void, but a faint, diffuse green light. The light of the forest. The air, though still incredibly still, felt different. It was there. It was real. Without hesitation, I scrambled through, propelled by a force I did not understand. The moment I crossed the threshold, the world slammed back into me. The sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, the distant caw of a crow, the scent of damp earth and pine needles, it all hit me with an overwhelming intensity. I gasped, sucking in a huge, painful breath, my lungs burning. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs, and I felt the blood rushing through my veins, the warmth returning to my skin. I stumbled forward, collapsing onto the mossy ground, my hands sinking into the soft earth. It was real. The dirt was real. The moss was real. I pressed my face into it, inhaling deeply, trying to ground myself in the undeniable reality of the forest. Slowly, shakily, I pushed myself up. I was back in the ancient grove. I looked back at the oak. The door was gone. The seamless bark of the ancient tree showed no trace of it. It was just a tree, immense and imposing, but just a tree. Had it ever been there? Had I imagined it all? But I knew I had not. The terror, the profound sense of wrongness, the impossible colors, it was too vivid, too real. And I felt different. I ran my hands over my face. My skin felt dry. My hair felt brittle. I looked at my hands. They were thin, almost skeletal, the skin papery and wrinkled. My nails were long, yellowed. I looked down at my clothes. My hiking shirt and pants were faded, torn, almost threadbare, as if they had been worn for years. My boots were scuffed beyond recognition, the soles worn smooth. Panic, real, visceral panic, seized me. I scrambled for my pack, pulling out my phone, desperate to see a date, a time. The screen flickered to life. The date displayed was 5 years in the future. 5 years. I had been gone for 5 years. 5 years had passed in the world, while for me, it had been an indeterminate, timeless void. I had not aged 5 years. I felt like I would age 50 or 100. My body felt ancient, worn, weary, beyond belief. My mind felt like a sieve, memories hazy, fractured. I tried to walk, but my legs were weak, trembling. I stumbled through the forest, the familiar paths now seeming alien, overgrown. The sun, when I finally saw it through the canopy, felt too bright, too harsh. The sounds of the forest, once comforting, now grated on my ears, too loud, too sharp. Days blurred into a desperate, confused trek. I eventually stumbled out of the wilderness, onto a remote logging road, looking like a madman, a ghost. My beard was long and matted, my eyes wild and bloodshot, my body a husk. When I finally reached civilization, it was a nightmare. My cabin was gone, replaced by a new construction. My dog. Buddy, I could not even bring myself to ask. My family, when I finally tracked them down, was in shock. They would held a memorial for me 3 years ago. They barely recognized me. My parents, older, grayer, looked at me with a mixture of disbelief and profound grief, as if they were seeing a phantom. I tried to tell them, to explain about the door, about the place outside of time. But the words came out garbled, nonsensical. They looked at me with pity, with fear. They thought I would been through some terrible ordeal, that I was suffering from severe trauma and delusions. They wanted to help me, to get me psychiatric care. But no psychiatrist could help me. No therapy could erase what I had seen, what I had become. I still feel it, even now, months later. The lingering effects of that place. The world around me often seems thin, translucent, as if I can see the impossible colors bleeding through the edges of reality. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the house is silent, I hear at the profound, unsettling stillness of the void pressing in on me, threatening to consume me. I see the drifting echoes, the impossible structures in the periphery of my vision, just beyond what is real. My memories are fractured. Some days, I can barely remember my own name, my own past. Other days, the images of that timeless place are terrifyingly clear, vivid, as if I am still there, just on the other side of a thin veil. I can never go back to who I was. The world has moved on without me, and I am no longer part of it in the same way. I am a stranger in my own life, an echo of a man who stepped through a door that should not exist. I spend my days now trying to forget, trying to hold onto the fragile threads of my sanity. But I know it is futile. That door, that place, it is not just in my memory, it is in my soul. It is part of me now. And sometimes, in the quietest moments, I feel a strange, cold pull, a whisper from the void beckoning me back. A promise of peace, of an end to the struggle. A promise I know is a lie, but one that sometimes feels impossibly tempting. I often wonder if the door is still there, on that ancient oak, waiting. Waiting for another curious fool, another lost soul, to step through and join the timeless echoes. I hope no one ever finds it. But a part of me, the part that is forever tainted by that place, knows that some secrets are meant to be found, and some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. They just wait, silent and patient, for the next one to come along. And I am left here, a living testament to the horror that lies beyond. All right, so listen up, because what I am about to tell you, it is not something I ever thought I would be saying out loud, let alone sharing with a bunch of strangers on the internet. Most days, I still try to convince myself it was a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and dehydration. But the truth is, it was real. Every chilling, beautiful, soul-numbing second of it. And it almost cost me everything. My name's Mark. Or at least, that is who I was before all this happened. I used to be an avid hiker, a real outdoorsman. I loved getting lost, you know. Not actually lost, but just far enough off the beaten path that you could not hear traffic, could not see a single light from civilization. Just you, the trees, and the endless sky. That is what drew me to the Teton Wilderness in Wyoming a few years back. I would read about this incredibly remote section, largely untouched, with trails that faded into nothing more than game paths. Sounded like heaven to me. I packed light, just enough for a week, a small tent, a water filter, some dehydrated meals, a first aid kit, and my trusty old compass. No GPS, no cell service, that was the whole point. I wanted to disconnect. The first few days were exactly what I would hope for. Crisp mountain air, towering pines, the occasional deer or elk. It was peaceful, almost meditative. I was following an old, barely discernible trail that supposedly led to a hidden alpine lake, a place few people ever reached. On the fourth day, that is when things started to get weird. The trail, already faint, began to disappear entirely. I am pretty good with navigation, but the terrain was getting trickier dense underbrush, fallen trees, and rocky outcrops. I figured I would just push through, orient myself with the sun, and eventually pick up the path again. That was my first mistake. My second was not trusting my gut when it started whispering. It was late afternoon, the sun dipping behind the western peaks, casting long, eerie shadows through the forest. I was tired, my legs aching, and I realized I was probably further off course than I would initially thought. I needed to find water soon, and a decent spot to make camp. That is when I heard it. At first, it was just a faint sound, carried on a gentle breeze. I thought it was the wind whistling through the pines, or maybe a distant bird call I did not recognize. But then it came again, clearer this time. A sound like singing. Now, I am not talking about some regular earthly birdsong. This was different. It was soft, melodic, almost like a human voice humming a lullaby. But it was not quite human. It had an ethereal quality to it, a strange resonance that seemed to vibrate in the very air around me. It was beautiful, undeniably so, but there's also something unsettling about it, like a perfect piece of music played on an instrument that should not exist. My curiosity, as it always does, got the better of me. I changed direction, pushing through the thick undergrowth, drawn by the sound. It grew louder with every step, clearer, more defined. It was a wordless melody, a gentle rise and fall of notes that seemed to speak directly to some ancient part of my brain, a part that wanted nothing more than to close its eyes and drift away. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of fighting through tangled branches and slippery rocks, I broke through a dense thicket and found myself on the edge of a small clearing. And there it was, the stream. It was not a raging river or even a wide creek. It was maybe 10 feet across at its widest, clear as glass, winding its way through the moss-covered rocks and ancient trees. The water itself looked pristine, almost inviting. But that was not what held my attention. It was the sound, the singing. It was coming from the stream. I know, it sounds insane. A stream does not sing. But it was. The water, as it flowed over the smooth stones and rippled around the fallen logs, produced this incredible, haunting melody. It was not a gurgle or a rush or a babble. It was pure, unadulterated song. A lullaby. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard, and the most terrifying. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like an hour. The sound washed over me, a wave of serene calm. All the exhaustion, all the frustration of being lost, all the low-level anxiety that comes with being alone in the wilderness, it just melted away. There was only the song and me. It felt like a warm embrace, a whisper that promised perfect peace. My eyelids felt heavy. My muscles relaxed. A profound sense of tranquility seeped into my bones. But even as this blissful feeling enveloped me, a tiny, rational corner of my mind was screaming, "This is not right. This is not natural. Streams do not sing. This is not just water making pretty sounds. This is something else." I tried to shake it off, tried to move, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. The song was a physical presence, a gentle current pulling me closer. My eyes drifted over the water, mesmerized by its clarity. I could see the bottom, smooth stones and patches of fine sand. And then I saw something else. Just below the surface, half buried in the sand near the bank, was a small, tarnished silver locket. It looked old, almost antique. And a little further downstream, a tattered piece of fabric, possibly from a backpack or a jacket, snagged on a submerged branch. A chill, completely unrelated to the evening air, snaked down my spine. Those were not natural parts of a stream bed. They were human artifacts, leftovers. The thought should have jolted me awake, should have sent me running. But the song, it was too strong. It was like a powerful sedative, dulling my fear, replacing it with a comforting warmth. The locket, the fabric, they seemed to fade into insignificance under the weight of the stream's melody. "It is fine, little one," the song seemed to whisper. "Just rest. Everything is fine here." I remembered a story I would heard once, a local legend from an old park ranger I would chatted with back at the trailhead. He would mention, almost as an aside, a few disappearances over the years in this particular section of the wilderness. Hikers who just vanished. No trace. He would chalk it up to the harsh environment, the sheer remoteness. But he would also give me a funny look, a sort of knowing glint in his eye, when he would warn me about listening too closely to the whispers of the wind. I would dismiss it then, of course. Just old wives' tales. Now, standing by this impossible singing stream, the ranger's words echoed in my mind, laced with a terrifying new meaning. I forced myself to take a step back, then another. It was like pulling myself out of quicksand. Every movement felt heavy, laborious. The song, as I retreated, seemed to grow slightly more insistent, a gentle tugging at my very soul. It was not angry, not menacing, just deeply, profoundly mournful that I was leaving. "Do not go, little one. Stay. Rest." I stumbled backwards, away from the clearing, back into the cover of the dense trees. The moment the thick foliage obscured my view of the stream, the spell weakened, just enough. The lullaby became fainter, more distant, though it still resonated in my ears, a phantom melody. My heart was pounding now, a frantic drum against my ribs. The blissful calm was replaced by a cold, primal terror. I needed to get away, far away. I did not care about the lake anymore, did not care about finding the trail. I just needed to put as much distance between myself and that stream as humanly possible. I pushed myself, ignoring the protests of my aching muscles, stumbling through the darkening forest. The sun had completely set, and the wilderness was plunging into twilight. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the stream or something from it, following me. I hiked for what felt like hours, fueled by pure adrenaline and fear. I did not stop until I was utterly spent, collapsing against the base of a massive pine tree, far, far from where I would encounter the stream. The singing was gone now, replaced by the normal sounds of the night crickets, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures. But the melody lingered in my mind, an insidious earworm, a beautiful poison. I did not set up my tent. I just wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, pulled my hat low, and tried to sleep. But sleep would not come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shimmering water, heard the soft, alluring lullaby. I saw the locket, the tattered fabric, and I imagined other things, things I had not seen, but now felt certain were there. Other lost souls, drawn by the song, resting forever beneath the tranquil surface. The next morning, I woke up stiff and disoriented. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach. I packed up quickly, not even bothering to make coffee. I just needed to move. I spent the entire day hiking, forcing myself in what I hoped was the general direction of civilization, away from that cursed stream. As the day wore on, the memory of the song began to fade, becoming less vivid, less potent. I started to rationalize. Maybe I was tired, dehydrated, hallucinating. Maybe the wind was just playing tricks with a unique rock formation. Maybe the locket and fabric were just trash from some irresponsible hiker. My rational mind fought hard to dismiss what I would experience. But the feeling, the sheer, undeniable pull of that melody, could not be so easily forgotten. That night, I made camp by a small, gurgling creek, a perfectly normal creek. I filtered water, made a meal. Everything felt normal, safe. I even managed to sleep a few hours, dreaming of the stream, but this time, the dreams were more like distant echoes, less immediate threats. I woke up before dawn on the 6th day, determined to finally find a recognizable trail. I hiked hard, pushing through dense forest, over small hills, and across rocky clearings. Around midday, I finally stumbled upon a well-maintained trail, a blessed sight. I knew then I was probably just a day or two from the park boundary, from people, from safety. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. But my ordeal was not over. Not yet. As I walked along the familiar feeling trail, my guard began to drop. I started thinking about a hot meal, a real bed, a cold beer. My mind wandered. And that is when I heard it again. Faintly at first, carried on the wind. The melody. My blood ran cold. No, it could not be. I was miles away from that place. I was on a trail. People used this trail. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart hammering. I strained my ears, trying to distinguish it from the rustling leaves, the chirping birds. But there it was, unmistakable. The same haunting, beautiful lullaby. It was fainter than before, much fainter, but undeniably the same. It was coming from deeper in the woods, off to my left, away from the trail. A new wave of terror, colder and more profound than before, washed over me. It was not just a stream. It was the stream. Or perhaps it was not just one stream. Maybe it was something that moved. Or maybe it was just so powerful, its song could travel for miles. I stood there, paralyzed, fighting the urge to follow it, to let it wash over me again. The memory of its tranquil embrace, the promise of peace, was still so vivid. My body remembered the feeling, craved it even. But my mind, now fully aware of a danger, screamed in protest. I forced myself to turn away from the sound, to keep walking down the trail. I tried to plug my ears, but the sound seemed to seep into my very bones. It was a whisper now, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a constant hum beneath the surface of my awareness. I walked faster, then broke into a jog, then a full-blown run. I did not care about looking like a madman. I just ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed in protest, until my vision blurred with sweat and tears. I ran until the faint, insidious melody finally, mercifully, faded into silence. I did not stop running until I reached the trailhead, until I saw my car, until I saw other people. When I finally stumbled out of the wilderness, exhausted, disheveled, and utterly traumatized, a park ranger, not the old one, but a younger man, approached me with a look of concern. "Everything all right, sir?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "You look like you have seen a ghost." I just nodded, unable to speak. My throat was dry, my voice hoarse. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove. I drove straight through the night, not stopping until I was hundreds of miles away, until the mountains were nothing but a distant memory in my rearview mirror. It has been a few years since then. I still hike, but never alone and never off trail. I stick to well-marked paths, where I can hear the comforting sounds of other people, where I know there is cell service, where no stream sings. But the memory, it never really leaves you. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind whistles just right outside my window, I can almost hear it, that ethereal, beautiful, terrifying lullaby. It is always there, lurking in the back of my mind, a phantom melody that promises ultimate peace. And sometimes, I wonder what it would have been like to just give in, to let the song take me, to drift peacefully beneath the clear, cool water, to become one of the lost, just another silent guardian of that beautiful, deadly stream. I wonder what those hikers, the ones who vanished, saw in their final moments. Did they feel fear? Or did the song simply wash it all away, leaving them with nothing but a profound, blissful calm as the water closed over their heads? I do not know, and I never want to find out. So, if you ever find yourself deep in the wilderness, far from any path, and you hear a sound of beautiful, otherworldly singing, like a lullaby carried on the wind for God's sake, do not follow it. Do not listen too long. Turn around. Run. And do not ever look back. Because some songs, no matter how beautiful, are meant to be heard only once. And if you hear it a second time, it might just be calling you home. To a place you can never leave. The Gifford Pinchot National Forest had taught me a lesson I would never forget. The drumming, trees. Mike's heart giving out. Sarah and I stumbling out of the woods, forever scarred. It was a brutal, visceral education. The wilderness was not just beautiful, it was ancient, unknowable, and sometimes malevolent. It listened. It took. For a long time after, I could not even look at a picture of a forest without feeling a cold knot in my stomach. Sarah and I tried to make it work, but the silence between us was heavier than any conversation. We would both seen too much, and the unspoken truth of what happened to Mike hung over us like a shroud. Eventually, we drifted apart. It was for the best, I think. We were both just ghosts haunting each other. But there is a strange thing about fear, especially the primal kind. It does not just make you run sometimes, it draws you back, like a moth to a flame. I found myself craving the quiet, the solitude of the deep woods. Not the ancient, hungry kind. I told myself, just nature. I needed to prove to myself that not all forests were like Gifford Pinchot. Or maybe I just needed to face the fear head-on, to conquer it. Or, more likely, to understand it. So, a few years later, after I would moved to a new state, trying to outrun the memories, I found myself researching hiking trails again. I was not looking for untouched wilderness anymore. I was looking for something more accessible. Something with well-marked paths, a few other hikers, a sense of safety. I found a promising trail system not too far from my new apartment, known for its scenic views and relatively easy loops. It was called the Whisper Wind Trail System, and it branched off into several smaller paths, each with its own quaint name. One in particular caught my eye, the Hollow Path. The description said it was a less traveled loop, leading through a particularly dense section of old-growth pines, known for its unique acoustics. Sounded intriguing and harmless enough. Maybe I could camp a night or two just to ease myself back in. No ancient trees, no ominous drumming. Just me, a tent, and the sound of the wind. I packed light, just a small backpack with essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, food, water filter, first aid, my phone, and a portable charger. I left a note with a friend, telling them my route and when I expected to be back. A small precaution, but one I would learn the hard way. The first day was exactly what I needed. The sun was warm, the air crisp, and the trail was indeed well maintained. I passed a few other hikers, mostly day trippers, and exchanged polite nods. The trees were not the massive, ancient giants of Gifford Pinchot. These were younger, though still tall and impressive. The hollow path branched off about 5 miles in, marked by a slightly weathered wooden sign. It looked inviting, a narrow track disappearing into a thick stand of pines. As I stepped onto the hollow path, I noticed an immediate change. The ambient sounds of the forest seemed to soften, almost dampen. It was not silent, but it felt muffled. The air grew cooler, and the light struggled to penetrate the dense canopy. It lived up to its name. The path felt like a tunnel, carved out of a living forest. It was beautiful, in a quiet, almost melancholic way. I hiked for another hour or so, finding a small, relatively flat clearing near a trickling stream. It was perfect for my first night. I set up my tent, gathered some firewood, and started a small fire as dusk began to settle. The quiet was profound here. No crickets, no distant animal calls. Just the crackle of my fire and the gentle murmur of the stream. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. A subtle unease, a familiar prickle at the back of my neck, started to creep in. I dismissed it as old habits, the lingering paranoia from my past experience. As darkness fully enveloped the forest, I settled into my tent, the warmth of my sleeping bag a comfort against the chill. I tried to read on my phone, but my mind kept wandering. The quiet was oppressive. I missed the usual nighttime symphony of the woods. Then, I heard it, faint at first, almost imperceptible, like a whisper carried on a breeze that was not there. It sounded like a child giggling. My heart gave a jolt. I sat up, straining my ears. The sound was gone. I told myself it was the wind, playing tricks on the pine needles. Or maybe a distant animal, something I could not identify. I tried to rationalize it, to push away the rising anxiety. There were no houses nearby, no other campers I would seen on this particular loop. This was a relatively wild section. I lay back, down, trying to convince myself it was nothing. But the quiet felt heavier now, charged with a new, unsettling energy. I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. I eventually drifted off to an uneasy sleep, my dreams filled with indistinct, murmuring voices. The next morning, I woke feeling unrest. The sun was already high, filtering through the pines in dappled patterns. I made coffee, ate a quick breakfast, and packed up my camp. I decided to push deeper into the hollow path. Maybe if I saw more of it, the feeling of unease would dissipate. Or maybe I was just stubborn, refusing to let an imagined sound scare me off. The trail continued to be eerily quiet. I kept an eye out for any signs of other people's footprints, discarded wrappers, anything. There was nothing. It was as if I was the only living soul to have walked this path in a long time. The trees here were older, their bark scarred with age, their branches reaching up like gnarled fingers. The path itself seemed to grow narrower, less defined, the undergrowth pressing in. Around midday, I stopped for a break, leaning against the trunk of a massive pine. That is when I heard it again. This time it was clearer. Not a giggle, but a soft, almost plaintive call. Mommy. My breath hitched in my throat. I froze, my eyes darting around the dense foliage. It sounded close, just beyond the trees to my left. It was a child's voice, unmistakably. A young child, maybe 4 or 5 years old. Hello. I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. Is anyone there? Are you lost? Silence. Only the faint rustle of leaves in a non-existent breeze. I waited, my heart pounding. Was it possible? Had a child wandered off the main trail? But how far? And where were their parents? I pushed through the undergrowth in the direction the voice came from, calling out again. Hey, little one, where are you? I searched for about 10 minutes, circling the area, but found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign of anyone. The forest floor was thick with pine needles and moss, but there were no disturbances. It was as if the voice had simply materialized and then vanished. A cold dread began to settle in. This was not right. Children do not just wander off into dense, untraveled woods like this, especially not alone. And the way the voice had sounded, it had a strange, ethereal quality to it, like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I returned to the path, my mind racing. Had I imagined it? Was I finally losing it? The stress of Gifford Pinchot manifesting in auditory hallucinations. I checked my phone for reception, but it showed no signal. Of course. I decided to make camp early, not wanting to be caught searching for a phantom child in the dark. I found another small clearing, less inviting than the last, and quickly set up my tent. I built a larger fire this time, its flickering flames a small comfort against the encroaching shadows. As night fell, the voices returned. This time, there was more than one. Faint at first, then growing clarity, a chorus of soft whispers and giggles. Come play with us. Do not be scared. We are waiting. My blood ran cold. This was not my imagination. This was not the wind. These were distinct, childish voices, weaving in and out of the night. They sounded playful, but there was an underlying current of something else, something deeply unsettling, almost mournful. They seemed to swirl around my camp, coming from different directions, never staying in one place. I huddled in my tent, my flashlight clutched in my hand, beams sweeping wildly outside. There was nothing there, just the dark, impenetrable wall of trees. The voices were all around me, a macabre lullaby. I felt a strange magnetic pull, a perverse curiosity urging me to go out, to find them, to see what was making these sounds. But the fear was stronger. The memory of Mike, of the rhythmic drumming, of the forest taking it kept me rooted to the spot. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that these were not lost children. These were something else, something ancient, something that mimicked. I spent the entire night awake, listening to the spectral chorus. Sometimes they sounded close enough that I swore I could feel a cold breath on my cheek. Sometimes they faded, only to return with renewed intensity. They sounded so innocent, so vulnerable, yet so utterly wrong. It was a torturous sound, designed to wear down my resolve, to draw me out. By the time dawn finally arrived, painting the sky with streaks of gray and pink, I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my muscles stiff from tension. The voices receded with the light, leaving behind only the profound, unnatural silence of the hollow path. I packed up my camp in a daze, my only thought to get out, to escape this place. But as I started down the trail, a new feeling emerged, one that unnerved me even more than the fear. It was a sense of direction, a pull. The voices, even though silent now, had imprinted a path in my mind. They were not just random sounds, they were leading me somewhere. I tried to resist, to turn back the way I came, but my feet felt heavy, drawn forward. The path ahead seemed brighter, more inviting, while the path behind me seemed to darken, to close in. It was like an invisible current, pulling me deeper into the hollow heart of the forest. As I walked, I started to notice things, small, almost imperceptible details that, in my previous state of panic, I had overlooked. Faded ribbons tied to branches, barely visible against the bark. A small wooden toy horse, half buried in the moss, its paint long since chipped away. A tiny, worn leather shoe, lying by the base of a tree, its laces rotted away. My stomach twisted into knots. These were not just random objects. These were things that belonged to children. And they were old, terribly old, judging by their decay. I remembered vaguely hearing stories, whispered legends of this area. Missing children, unexplained disappearances. But I would always dismiss them as local folklore, sensationalized by bored townsfolk. Now walking this path, seeing these relics, hearing those voices, the folklore was becoming terrifyingly real. The trail became even more overgrown, the trees denser, their branches interlocking overhead, forming a perpetual twilight. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. My phone, which I had been trying to use as a compass, was completely dead, despite my portable charger. It felt like the forest itself was actively cutting me off, isolating me. Mid-afternoon, the voices returned, even in the daylight. Fainter than at night, but undeniably there. They were more insistent now, less playful, more needy. We are lonely. Mark, come find us. Play with us forever. My name. They knew my name. A shiver ran down my spine, colder than any breeze. How? How could they know my name? I had not spoken it aloud since I had left the main trail. The pull grew stronger. My legs felt like they were moving on their own, following the faint, undulating chorus of voices. I was losing my sense of time, my sense of self. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred. I was exhausted, dehydrated, my mind frayed from lack of sleep and constant terror. I stumbled forward, the voices guiding me, leading me deeper and deeper into the tangled heart of the hollow path. The trees here were truly ancient, their trunks wider than my outstretched arms, their canopies so thick that only slivers of sunlight pierced through. creating an eerie, shifting light. The ground was soft with centuries of fallen leaves and pine needles, muffling my footsteps. Then, I saw it. In a small, almost perfectly circular clearing, surrounded by a ring of these colossal, ancient pines, stood a single, gnarled oak tree. Its branches twisted and writhed like tormented limbs, and its trunk was hollowed out, forming a dark, gaping maw. Around the base of this tree, scattered haphazardly, were dozens of small objects. Not just one or two, but a collection. More tiny shoes, faded bonnets, small wooden animals, broken dolls with empty eyes, rusted metal toys. They looked like they had been there for a very, very long time, slowly being reclaimed by the moss and roots. This was it. This was where the children had vanished. This was their grave. The voices swelled, deafening now, surrounding me, filling the clearing. They were no longer just whispers, they were a cacophony of cries, giggles, desperate calls, all merging into a single, overwhelming sound. You found us. Mark, you came to play. Join us. Mark, join us. I felt a sudden, intense pressure on my chest, like an invisible hand squeezing the air from my lungs. My heart, already racing from fear and exhaustion, began to beat erratically, trying to keep pace with the frantic, insistent rhythm of the voices. It reminded me of Gifford Pinchot, of the drumming of Mike. The forest was trying to synchronize with me, to take me. I tried to turn, to run, to scream, but my body would not obey. My legs felt like lead, rooted to the spot. My throat was tight, no sound escaping. My vision blurred, the ancient trees seeming to spin around me, their branches reaching, grasping. The hollow oak tree in the center of the clearing pulsed with a dark, silent energy. The darkness of its hollowed trunk seemed to deepen, to draw me in. I felt a cold, irresistible force pulling me toward it, like a tide against a helpless swimmer. No, I finally managed to croak, the sound barely a whisper against the roar of the voices. Leave me alone. I do not want to play. But my protest was futile. The voices intensified, becoming a joyous, triumphant shriek. I felt my body growing cold, a numbness spreading from my extremities. My own heartbeat, which had been frantic moments before, began to slow, to falter. It was fading, becoming fainter, trying to match the ghostly, ethereal quality of the voices around me. I saw a distorted reflection of myself in a pool of water near the tree, my face pale, eyes wide with terror. Then slowly, subtly, a strange calm settling over them. My mouth opened, but it was not a scream that came out. It was a faint, childish giggle, quickly swallowed by the chorus. My vision darkened, the world spinning into a vortex of green and brown. The pressure on my chest eased, replaced by a strange lightness. My legs gave out, and I felt myself falling, not down, but into something cold and vast and ancient. And then there was just the sound, the voices. I was part of them now. I felt no pain, no fear, only a profound, endless waiting. I was an echo, a whisper in the wind, a desperate, playful call to the next lost soul. The hollow path. It was not just a trail. It was a trap. A hungry maw, waiting for the curious, the unwary, the ones who dare to listen too closely. I am Mark, or I was. Now, I am just a voice, one among many, and I am calling. Mommy, come play with us. We are waiting for you. Do not be scared. Come join us. Mark, come join us forever. My voice, now thin and reedy, mingled with the others, a new thread in the ancient tapestry of the hollow path. We wait. We call. We always do. And sometimes someone listens. The jungle was a living, breathing nightmare, and I was its prey. The last thing I heard was Ben's defiant roar, a sound swallowed whole by the guttural growl of the thing, and then the wet, sickening thump, thump, thump as it moved. I did not look back. I could not. My legs were piston pumps of pure adrenaline, propelling me through the undergrowth, every rustle, every snap of a twig, a potential death sentence. The air was thick, humid, and tasted of loam and fear. My lungs burned, my throat was raw. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes, but I barely registered the pain. All I knew was forward, away, away from the camp, away from the idol, away from the creature that had devoured my team. Liam, Eleanor, Ben. The names echoed in my head, a desperate, silent scream. They were gone, just like that, vanished into the predatory darkness, swallowed by something I still could not fully comprehend. My mind, in its frantic state, kept trying to rationalize, to find a scientific explanation, but there was none. Not for a 10-foot-tall, malevolent idol that birthed a colossal hunter, not for dreams that bled into reality, not for the metallic scent of blood that now clung to my memory like a shroud. The thump, thump, thump faded, or maybe I just outran it. I did not know, did not care. I just ran until my body threatened to collapse, until the world spun, until the jungle seemed to tilt on its axis. When I finally stumbled, falling hard into a tangle of roots, I lay there, gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Darkness was falling, not a gentle twilight, but an oppressive, suffocating blanket that descended with unnerving speed in the depths of the Viridian abyss. Every shadow writhed, every distant cry of an unseen creature sounded like a mocking laugh. I was alone, utterly, terrifyingly alone. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the adrenaline haze. I had no gear, no water, no idea where I was. Just the clothes on my back, a few cuts and bruises, and a terror that seeped into my very bones. I had to move. Staying put was an invitation for whatever was out there to find me. I pushed myself up, every muscle screaming in protest. My vision was blurry, my head throbbed. I needed shelter. Any shelter. A KVE, a hollow log, anything to put a barrier between me and the encroaching night. I stumbled on, guided by instinct, by the desperate, primal urge to survive. The jungle grew denser here, the canopy so thick that only slivers of the last light pierced through, creating an eerie, dappled gloom. The air grew heavier, still and stagnant, a strange contrast to the vibrant chaos I would just fled. It was almost quiet, too quiet. The usual symphony of buzzing insects and distant animal calls had ceased, replaced by a profound, unsettling silence. That silence was what drew me, a morbid curiosity overriding my survival instincts. It was like a void in the cacophony of the jungle, a place where sound itself had died. I pushed through a curtain of thick, hanging vines, their leaves unnaturally dark, almost black, and stepped into a clearing. It was not a natural clearing. The trees surrounding it were ancient, gnarled, their branches twisted into grotesque, skeletal forms. Their bark was a sickly gray, almost devoid of moss or epiphytes, as if the very life had been leached from them. The ground, however, was what truly seized my attention. It was littered, not with fallen leaves or jungle debris, but with white. A shocking, stark white against the dark earth. Bones. My breath hitched. My mind, still reeling from the night's horrors, tried to categorize, to rationalize. Animal bones. I thought a predator's den, perhaps. A large one. The jungle was full of strange creatures, after all. But as I took another hesitant step, my eyes adjusting to the dim light, the truth began to claw its way into my consciousness. These were not animal bones. Not in any way I recognized. They were everywhere, piled in mounds, scattered individually, half buried in the shallow soil. Some were massive, thicker than my forearm, with strange ridges and protuberances that spoke of immense strength. Others were smaller, more delicate, but equally alien in their structure. There were vertebrae the size of dinner plates, ribs curved in impossible arcs, and what looked like fragmented skulls. their contours unlike anything I would ever seen in an anatomy textbook. A cold dread, far deeper than the fear of being hunted, began to seep into my gut. This was not a predator's den. This was something else, something far more ancient and disturbing. I knelt, my hands trembling, and picked up a bone. It was a long bone, a femur perhaps, but it was too long, too slender at one end, too thick and gnarled at the other. It felt dense, heavy, like petrified wood. As I ran my thumb over its surface, I noticed a strange texture, almost like a faint, intricate pattern etched into the bone itself. It was smooth, yet somehow wrong. And then I saw it. Amidst the alien fragments, something horrifyingly familiar. A human skull, or what was left of one. It was cracked, broken, with jagged edges, but the telltale eye sockets, the nasal cavity, the curve of the cranium, it was unmistakably human. My blood ran cold. The silence in the grove suddenly felt like a physical pressure, suffocating. My earlier attempt to rationalize, to categorize this as some exotic animal graveyard, shattered into a million pieces. This was a charnel house, a monument to death, and the sheer quantity of bones, it was incomprehensible. Thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps more. This was not just a few unfortunate victims. This was an accumulation over centuries, millennia even. A metallic, cloying stench began to assault my nostrils. It was not just the smell of decay, though that was present. It was something deeper, something ancient and putrid, like old blood mixed with something indescribably foul. It was the smell of a place where life had been systematically extinguished, where flesh had been torn and consumed. My gaze swept across the grove, seeing it now with new, horrifying clarity. The twisted trees, their roots snaking over the bone-strewn ground, seemed to feed on the macabre tableau. The very air felt heavy with the weight of countless deaths. I stumbled backward, my heart now a drum solo of terror. This was the hunter's feeding ground. This was where it brought its kills. This was where Liam, Eleanor, and Ben. The thought was too horrific to complete. My stomach roiled. I pressed a hand to my mouth, fighting back the urge to vomit. I saw a rib cage impossibly wide, jutting out of a shallow mound of earth, a gaping maw bone. Next to it, a collection of smaller, more delicate bones, almost like a child's hand, but too many fingers, too many joints. These were not just human remains mixed with something else. These were hybrids, or something that mimicked human forms in a grotesque parody. What was this thing? What kind of creature created such a horrifying tapestry of death? The idols, symbols flashed in my mind-heart of a primal hunter. Primal, ancient. And what I was seeing now was evidence of its ancient, unending hunger. I saw fragments of what looked like clothing, tattered and stained, half buried beneath a pile of vertebrae that seemed to belong to something reptilian and massive. A dark green fabric, a glint of metal. My mind screamed in denial, but my eyes were fixated. I crawled closer, my hands shaking so violently I could barely dig through the loose soil and bone fragments. It was a piece of Ben's jacket, the same sturdy, waterproof material he always wore, and beneath it a glint of polished steel. His machete, broken. The blade snapped clean in two, as if by immense force. A sob tore from my throat, raw and ragged. Ben, my strong, stoic guide. He tried to fight it. He tried to destroy the idol. He tried to save us. And this was his, reduced to a few torn threads and a shattered weapon in this grotesque bone garden. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging, mingling with the sweat and dirt. Grief, sharp and agonizing, mixed with the terror. They were truly gone. This was not a dream. This was not a nightmare. This was real, and I was standing in their tomb. My gaze fell upon another object, half hidden by a particularly large, curved bone that might have been part of a pelvis, impossibly wide. A small, black, rectangular object. I knew it instantly. Liam's camera, or what was left of it. The lens was shattered, the casing cracked, but the familiar logo was still visible. He had it slung around his neck when we found the idol. He had been so excited, so eager to capture the impossible. Now his tool of discovery was just another relic of death. Eleanor. Where was Eleanor? I searched frantically, my eyes darting from bone pile to bone pile, desperate for any sign. A pair of glasses, perhaps. A distinctive piece of jewelry. But there was nothing immediately obvious. Just the endless, horrifying landscape of bones. The silence of the grove began to feel less like an absence of sound and more like a presence. A watchful, patient presence. The air grew colder, despite the jungle's oppressive humidity. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the undeniable feeling of being observed. I froze. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee this charnel house, but my legs were rooted to the spot. My breath caught in my throat. I strained my ears, listening, trying to pierce the unnatural quiet. Nothing. Only the frantic pounding of my own heart. But the feeling persisted. It was as if the very grove itself was alive, a sentient entity, breathing in the scent of my fear. The twisted trees seemed to lean in, their skeletal branches like bony fingers reaching out. The piles of bones seemed to shift, to whisper secrets of their demise. Then a sound, faint at first, almost imperceptible. A low, resonant hum, vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. It was not the thump, 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 not yet. It was something else. A deep, almost infrasonic rumble that seemed to emanate from the very earth. My blood ran colder than ever. It was coming back. It was returning to its feeding ground. I had to hide. But where? The grove was open, a vast expanse of death. There were no dense thickets, no hollows large enough to conceal me from something of that colossal size. The only cover was the bones themselves. My eyes darted around, searching for any opportunity. A particularly large mound of bones, perhaps. I could try to burrow into it, to become one with the deceased, hoping its unseeing eyes would pass me by. The hum grew stronger, accompanied now by a subtle vibration in the air. The trees around the perimeter of the grove seemed to shiver. I could feel the ground trembling, a low voice. Thump, thump, thump. It was closer, much closer. I scrambled, desperate, towards the nearest large pile of bones. It was a chaotic mix of massive, unidentifiable skeletal structures, some human skulls and smaller, twisted fragments. I dug at the loose earth and bones, trying to create a hollow, a space just big enough to curl into. The stench of ancient decay was overwhelming here, a thick, putrid miasma that made my eyes water and my stomach heave. I did not care. Survival was all that mattered. I squeezed myself into the crude hollow, pulling the large, curved rib bone over my head like a shield. My body was cramped, pressed against the cold, hard surfaces of bone. The smell was suffocating. I could feel fragments of bone digging into my skin, but I dared not move. The thump, thump, thump grew louder, closer, shaking the very ground. It was no longer a distant threat. It was an imminent, terrifying presence. I could hear the rustling of giant foliage as it moved through the dense jungle, the snapping of branches that sounded like thunder. A guttural growl, deep and resonant, echoed through the grove, vibrating through my very bones. It was a sound of immense power, of ancient hunger, of absolute dominion. It was the sound of the hunter. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing myself further into my gruesome hiding spot, trying to make myself as small, as invisible as possible. My breath hitched, a silent prayer forming on my lips. Please do not see me. Please just pass by. The sounds intensified. The rhythmic thump, thump, thump was directly outside the room now, moving along its perimeter. I could feel the vibrations through the ground, a seismic tremor that rattled the bones around me. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen presence. I risked a tiny peek through a gap in the bones. The light was almost gone now, swallowed by the encroaching night and the dense canopy. Shadows danced and writhed at the edge of the grove. I could not see it, not clearly, but I could feel it. Its immense size, its primal malevolence. A shadow, darker than the night itself, stretched across the grove, briefly eclipsing the faint starlight that managed to filter through. It was colossal, moving with an unnerving grace despite its immense bulk. I held my breath, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. Then a sound directly above me. A sniffing. A low, wet, guttural sniff that seemed to draw the very air from the grove. I could feel the warmth of its breath, a foul metallic scent, like a charnel house made manifest. It was right there, directly above my hiding spot. My mind screamed in terror. This was it. This was how it ended. Just like the others. Reduced to another pile of bones in this ancient, horrific feeding ground. I could feel the tremor of its massive footfalls as it shifted its weight, the rustle of its scales or hides. The sniffing continued, a low, rhythmic sound. It was searching. It knew something was here. Or perhaps it was just sifting through the scents of its previous meals, enjoying the macabre aroma of its domain. An agonizing eternity passed. Every second stretched into a lifetime of fear. I felt a cold drop hit my forehead, then another. Not rain. Something thick, viscous, dripping from above. I did not dare open my eyes to see. Then, with a final deep, resonating sniff, the sound moved on. The thump, thump, thump resumed, slowly receding into the depths of the grove, moving away from my hiding spot. The shadow lifted. The air, though still putrid, felt less oppressive. I lay there for what felt like hours, rigid with terror, until the sounds of the hunter had completely faded into the distant jungle. Only then, slowly, painstakingly, did I begin to uncurl myself. My muscles screamed in protest, stiff and aching. I pushed away the large bone covering my head and crawled out of the gruesome hollow. The night was absolute now, black as pitch. I could not see anything, but I could feel the cold, hard earth, the sharp edges of bones beneath my hands. The stench was still overwhelming, a constant reminder of where I was. I had to get out. Now, I moved on hands and knees, slowly, blindly, trying to navigate through the bone grove. Every crunch of bone under my weight sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I imagined the hunter, still lurking, just beyond the tree line, listening. It took an eternity, but I finally reached the edge of the grove, pushing through the dark, heavy vines that had marked its entrance. The air outside felt different, less suffocating, though still humid and thick with a sense of the living jungle. I did not look back. I just started moving, stumbling through the absolute darkness, guided by nothing but the desperate need to put as much distance as possible between me and that place. The images of the bones, the broken machete, Liam's shattered camera, the metallic stench, the feeling of the hunter's hot breath, they were seared into my mind, a permanent scar. I was out of the bone grove, but I was far from safe. The jungle was still a predator, and I was still its prey. But now, I carried with me a knowledge far more horrifying than any lost city or mythical creature. I knew what the Siatkethak city truly was. It was not just a place. It was a process, a testament to an ancient, unspeakable horror that had been feeding in the Viridian abyss for untold millennia. And I had just walked through its dining room. The thump, thump, thump was a distant echo now, a phantom beat in the jungle's heart. But I knew it was out there, and it was still hunting. And I, Alex, the field researcher, was next on its menu, if it had its way. I just had to make sure it did not. I felt an overwhelming urge to help her, to comfort her, but Sarah's desperate pleas. Her hands, cold and trembling, clamped onto my arm, digging her nails into my skin. No, do not you dare. Narrator's name. Do not you dare go out there. Her voice was raw, frayed at the edges, barely audible above the rising tide of the wails. They were not just sorrowful, now they were insidious. They wormed their way into my skull, bypassing my ears, resonating directly in the hollow spaces behind my eyes. It felt like a pressure building, a physical ache that only going to her, reaching out, could alleviate. She needs help. Sarah. I mumbled, my own voice sounding alien, detached. My feet were already shifting, pulling towards the cabin door. The old man's words, a hungry part of the woods, echoed, but they were distant, muffled by the siren song of her grief. All I could focus on was the profound, aching sorrow that seemed to emanate from the very air outside, a sorrow I felt inexplicably. I was meant to share, to soothe. She needs us to be eaten. Sarah shrieked, her grip tightening to the point of pain. She is a trap. Remember Mark. Remember the tree. Every tree. Narrator's name. Every goddamn tree. Her words were meant to be a lifeline, a cold splash of reality, but they felt like static, an annoying buzz against the pure, clear signal of the weeping. My mind was a battlefield. On one side, the primal terror of the colossal tree. Mark's face frozen in its bark, the certainty that our own faces were next, the constant, gnawing fear of the tree, or our tree, looming over us. On the other, this overwhelming, almost spiritual compulsion to ease a stranger's pain. It was a battle I was losing. The wails intensified, swelling and receding like a tide, each wave pulling me further out to sea. They were not just cries, anymore they were whispers, too. So faint I could not quite make out the words, but they were there, promises of solace, of understanding, of an end to this ceaseless fear that had been our companion since the echoing gorge. She is calling to me, I whispered, my eyes fixed on the grimy window pane, beyond which the inky blackness of the forest pressed in. The moon, a sliver of bone white, barely pierced the canopy, casting long, skeletal shadows that danced with every rustle of leaves. She is calling to everyone. Sarah retorted, her voice cracking. She is calling to our faces. A cold shudder finally pierced the haze of compulsion. Our faces. The ticking clock. The horror of seeing Mark, his eyes wide and unseeing, his mouth a silent scream, forever etched into the gnarled wood. That image, that raw, visceral terror, was the only thing that could momentarily break the spell. I sagged against the doorframe, my head thudding softly. What do we do? Sarah. It is getting stronger. It is inside the cabin now. I swear, I can feel it in my bones. She looked around the tiny, derelict cabin, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The old man at the general store had been right. This was not a sanctuary. It was a waiting room. The weeping woman's sorrow, her hunger, had found us. We can't stay, Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. We can't go out there. She gestured vaguely toward the forest. We are trapped. The wails outside reached a crescendo, a heart-wrenching symphony of despair that felt like it was ripping my own soul apart. It was so close now, right outside the cabin. I could almost feel the vibrations in the floorboards. Then, abruptly, the weeping changed. It was not just sorrow anymore. There was a new note, a subtle shift, like a mournful lullaby, turning into a chilling, seductive hum. And then, a new sound. A rustling, a heavy dragging, like something moving slowly through the underbrush, just beyond the cabin walls. It was not the wind. It was purposeful. It was coming for us. My breath hitched. Sarah's eyes were wide with a terror that mirrored my own. We were no longer debating helping the weeping woman. We were debating our very survival. There has to be another way. I gasped, clutching at straws. My eyes darted around the cabin, desperate for an exit, a hidden door, anything. But there was only the front door, the single window, and the crumbling walls. That is when I saw it. Or rather, felt it. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the air, a ripple in the darkness beyond the window. It was not a sound, nor a sight, but a presence. And then, for just a fleeting moment, a sliver of unnatural light seemed to flicker at the very edge of the tree line, about 50 yards from the cabin. It was not moonlight nor starlight. It was a cold, phosphorescent glow, barely visible, but undeniably there. What was that? Sarah whispered, her gaze following mine. The dragging sound outside intensified, circling the cabin. It sounded heavy and methodical. It was no longer just the weeping woman's wails, it was something else, something physical and menacing. The faint glow pulsed again, a little brighter this time, revealing a sliver of what looked like a path. It was not there before. I knew this patch of woods well enough from our terrified arrival. There was no path there, just dense undergrowth, twisted roots, and the oppressive, watchful trees. But now a faint, almost shimmering line had appeared, cutting through the impenetrable darkness. It was straight, unnaturally so, and seemed to hum with that same faint, cold light. It looked less like a trail carved by man and more like a scar on the face of the forest. A path. I breathed, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was not there before. Sarah squinted, her brow furrowed in confusion and fear. No, it definitely was not. What is it? The dragging outside stopped. The wails, too, faded, replaced by a profound, suffocating silence. It was worse than the noise. It was the silence of a predator, having cornered its prey, now waiting, listening. It just appeared. I said, my voice barely audible. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. A path out of nowhere at midnight. It felt wrong, deeply wrong. But the alternative, the weeping woman, her hunger, the dragging thing just outside our walls. Maybe it is a way out, Sarah said, her voice laced with a desperate, fragile hope. A shortcut, a game trail, maybe, that only shows up under certain conditions. I shook my head slowly, the cold dread seeping into my bones. No, this is not natural. Sarah, nothing about this forest is natural anymore. Not since the gorge. I thought of the old man's warnings. The woods are alive, son. And parts of M, they are hungry. This path felt like another hungry part. Another lure. But what choice did we have? The cabin was a coffin. The forest outside, a grave. I looked at Sarah, her face pale and drawn in the dim light. We have to take it. It is our only chance. Her eyes, wide with fear, searched mine. She knew it too. This was a gamble, a desperate roll of the dice in a game rigged against us. But staying meant certain doom. Okay, she whispered, her voice trembling. But if it is a trap, narrator's name, I swear to God. I did not wait for her to finish. The silence outside was pressing in, making the air thick and heavy. I grabbed the only thing resembling a weapon, a rusty old fireplace poker, and yanked open the cabin door. The night air hit me like a physical blow, cold and smelling of damp earth, pine, and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. The path was clearer now, a luminous ribbon stretching into the impenetrable depths of the forest. It was about 4 feet wide, perfectly level, and seemed to absorb all sound. The trees on either side were darker, more menacing than any I had ever seen, their branches twisted into grotesque, supplicating forms. Stay close, I muttered to Sarah, who was clutching my arm, her knuckles white. We stepped out of the cabin, 1 foot in front of the other, onto the forest floor. The moment our feet left the rickety porch, the cabin behind us seemed to melt into the shadows, becoming just another indistinct shape in the overwhelming darkness. It was gone, our fleeting sanctuary swallowed by the night. We approached the path cautiously. The light it emitted was faint, just enough to illuminate the ground directly beneath our feet. The surface was not dirt or gravel, but something smooth, almost like polished stone. but with a faint organic give. It felt cool beneath my worn sneakers, not cold, but inert, lifeless. As I put my first foot onto the path, a strange sensation washed over me. It was not dizziness, but a profound sense of dislocation. The air immediately felt different, thinner, crisper, yet heavier, as if saturated with an unspoken tension. The scent of pine and damp earth vanished, replaced by a faint, cloying sweetness, like decaying flowers. And the silence, it was absolute. Not even the rustle of leaves or the chirping of crickets. Just a suffocating, unnatural quiet. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Did you feel that?" she whispered, her eyes wide. "Yeah," I managed, my voice sounding strangely hollow in the profound stillness, like stepping into a different room. No, not a room, a different world. We started walking. The path stretched before us, an endless, straight line disappearing into the blackness. The trees on either side were no longer just dark, menacing shapes. They were wrong. Their bark was too smooth in some places, too gnarled in others, forming patterns that almost looked like faces. Distorted, elongated, silently screaming faces just beneath the surface of the wood. The branches, once merely twisted, now seemed to writhe, like skeletal arms reaching, grabbing. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. This was the another world the path led to. And it was a world built from our deepest fears. "Do not look at them," Sarah hissed, her voice tight with terror. She had seen them too. "Just keep moving. Do not look." But it was impossible not to. Every tree was a reminder, a horrifying echo of Mark. I could almost hear the whispers, the silent screams of the bark faces, joining the phantom echoes of the weeping woman's wails that still resonated somewhere deep in my subconscious. The path continued, straight and unwavering. We walked for what felt like hours, though time had become a meaningless concept here. The luminous glow of the path was our only light, our only guide, and it offered no comfort, only a stark, unforgiving illumination of the horrors around us. The trees grew stranger. Some had bark that looked like stretched skin, others like fused bones. The air grew colder, but it was not the cold of a winter night. It was a sterile, penetrating cold that seemed to seep into my very marrow. Then, the sounds began. Faint at first, like the sighing of wind through a distant cavern, but there was no wind here. The sounds grew, becoming more distinct, a low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath our feet, and a high-pitched, almost mechanical clicking, like countless insects rubbing their legs together, but far too loud, far too close. "What is that?" Sarah whimpered, her grip on my arm like a vice. "I do not know," I whispered back, my eyes darting frantically into the gloom beyond the path's faint light. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a suffocating tunnel above us. Suddenly, a branch directly above us snapped, not from weakness, but with a sharp, violent crack. Something dark and sinuous dropped from the canopy, landing with a soft thud just inches in front of us. I froze, heart leaping into my throat. It was a root, thick and gnarled, but it was not acting like a root. It writhed on the path, coiling and uncoiling, like a blind, searching snake. And at its tip, instead of a cluster of fibrous tendrils, was a single milky white eye. It blinked slowly, deliberately, then fixed its gaze on us. Sarah screamed, a strangled, guttural sound. I reacted on instinct, swinging the fireplace, poker wildly. The rusty metal connected with the root eye with a wet thwack. The root recoiled, whipping back into the darkness with surprising speed, leaving behind a viscous, green-black fluid that steamed faintly on the path. "Run," I yelled, pulling Sarah forward. We broke into a desperate sprint, our footsteps echoing unnaturally on the smooth surface of the path. The clicking sounds intensified, surrounding us, and the low growl became a chorus, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through my bones. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs ached with exhaustion. The path never deviated, never offered a turn or a fork. It just continued, straight and unforgiving, into the heart of this twisted world. Finally, gasping for breath, we had to stop. We leaned against each other, our bodies trembling, our eyes scanning the terrifying darkness. The clicking and growling had receded slightly, but they were still there, a constant, menacing backdrop. Where are we? Sarah choked out, tears streaming down her face. What is this place? As if in answer, the path suddenly opened into a clearing. It was not a natural clearing. It was a vast, circular space, devoid of the monstrous trees. Instead, the ground was covered in a thick, spongy moss that glowed with the same faint, phosphorescent light as the path. And in the center of the clearing stood it, not the tree from the echoing gorge, but a tree. And it was far, far worse. This tree was colossal, dwarfing anything I had ever seen. Its trunk was not bark, but a smooth, gray-green surface, like petrified skin. And etched into its surface, not just faces, but hundreds, thousands of them. They were not merely absorbed, they were grown into the tree, like grotesque, blossoming fruit. Faces of men, women, children, their eyes wide with eternal terror, their mouths twisted into silent, agonizing screams. Some were half-formed, emerging from the smooth surface, others fully rendered, their features contorted in the final moments of their lives. And among them, I saw Mark, his face unmistakable, staring out from the tree, his eyes meeting mine with a silent accusation. My blood ran cold. This was where they went. This was where the hungry part of the woods brought them. This was the destination of the weeping woman's lure, the midnight path's terrifying end. This was the forest's true, horrifying heart. And then, I heard her again, the weeping woman. But her wails were no longer sorrowful. They were triumphant. They echoed from the colossal tree itself, a distorted, mocking laughter that was woven into the silent screams of the faces. No, Sarah whimpered, collapsing to her knees, her eyes fixed on the tree, on Mark's face, on the countless others. No, no, no. As the triumphant wails reverberated through the clearing, the tree began to pulse. A low, rhythmic throb that sent tremors through the glowing moss beneath our feet. And with each pulse, the faces on its surface seemed to shift, to subtly rearrange, to breathe. Then, from the base of the tree, something began to emerge. It was slow, deliberate, like a monstrous birth. A figure tall and gaunt, shrouded in tattered, dark cloth that seemed to be made of shadows. It moved with an unnatural grace, its limbs long and slender, almost skeletal. As it stepped into the faint light of the clearing, I saw her, the weeping woman. But she was no longer a sorrowful figure. Her face, what I could see of it beneath the shroud, was gaunt and pale, her eyes sunken, but there was no pity there. Only a cold, ancient hunger. Her hands, long and skeletal, ended in sharp, obsidian black claws. She was not merely connected to the forest. She was the forest, or at least a monstrous embodiment of its hunger. The old man's words echoed back, chilling me to the bone, a hungry part of the woods. She raised one of her clawed hands, pointing a long, bony finger directly at us. And the wails that emanated from her now were not of grief, but of anticipation. Yours are next, a voice whispered, not from her lips, but from the air itself, from the very core of the colossal tree, a chorus of 1,000 silent screams given voice. Your faces belong to the wood. Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. This was not an escape. This was the ultimate trap. The midnight path had led us straight to the maw of the beast. I grabbed Sarah, pulling her to her feet. We have to go. We have to get out of here. But where? The path was behind us, leading back the way we came, but I knew it was a one-way street. There was no escape. This place felt like a dimension designed solely to consume. As I turned to run, the glowing moss beneath my feet began to ripple. The ground itself seemed to come alive, and from its depths, countless roots, thick and sinuous, erupted. They were the same roots I had seen earlier, but now they were everywhere, twisting and coiling, their milky white eyes blinking, searching. The weeping woman let out another triumphant wail, a sound that tore at the fabric of reality. The colossal tree pulsed faster, its faces seeming to contort in a final, agonizing dance of consumption. The roots swarmed us, grabbing at our legs, our arms, trying to pull us down into the glowing moss. I swung the poker wildly, breaking a few, but there were too many. They were strong, incredibly strong and relentless. "Help me." Narrator's name. Sarah screamed, struggling against a thick root that had wrapped around her ankle, pulling her down. I fought with everything I had, but the roots were too numerous, too fast. One snaked around my arm, pulling the poker from my grasp. It clattered uselessly onto the moss. Another wrapped around my chest, squeezing the breath from my lungs. As I was dragged down, my eyes locked on the weeping woman. She stood there, unmoving, watching with those ancient, hungry eyes. A faint smile, cold and cruel, touched her lips. And then, I saw it. Not just faces on the tree, but empty spaces. Patches of smooth, gray-green bark where new faces would soon emerge. Spaces waiting for us. The roots pulled me closer to the base of the colossal tree, closer to the thousands of silent, screaming faces, closer to the waiting emptiness. I could feel the cold, hard surface of the tree against my back, already sensing the pressure, the slow, agonizing absorption. Sarah's screams were cut short as a root wrapped around her mouth, muffling her cries. Her eyes, wide and terrified, met mine one last time before she was pulled completely into the base of the tree. I saw her silhouette, her shape, begin to meld with the gray-green skin. My own turn was coming. I could feel the tree drawing me in, the sensation of my skin thinning, stretching, becoming one with the wood. The faces around me seemed to shift, their eyes now focused on my own, welcoming me into their eternal agony. The last thing I heard before the silence of the wood claimed my ears was the weeping woman's triumphant wail, echoing through the desolate clearing, a sound that promised endless hunger, endless despair. My vision blurred, the faces merging, becoming a single, terrifying tapestry of stolen identities. My own face, I knew, would soon join them, a silent scream etched forever into the bark of the Midnight Path's colossal tree. The ticking clock had finally run out. I am Mark. You already know a piece of my story about Mirror Pond. A place that taught me some feelings or warnings, sure, but also that some places are just hungry. They lie in wait, ancient and patient, for the unwary to stumble into their grasp. It is a lesson I learned the hard way, and it is a lesson that once learned, you can never unlearn. It changes how you look at every rustle in the leaves, every shadow in the woods. It changes how you breathe when you are out there, in the quiet places. And believe me, I have been in a lot of quiet places. Too many, maybe. What I am about to tell you, it is another one of those stories. Another piece of the puzzle that makes up the terrifying truth about what lurks beyond the paved roads and the neatly mown lawns. It happened a few years before Mirror Pond, actually. I was younger, dumber, still chasing that elusive, pristine experience, that feeling of being completely alone in untouched nature. Funny how that desire almost always leads you to the places that want you to be very alone in the worst possible way. This time, it was the Gifford Pinchot National Forest in Washington State. Massive, sprawling, ancient. We would pick a trail deep in the old growth section, miles from any real civilization. The kind of place where the trees are so tall, so dense that the sun barely filters through, even at noon. It is perpetually dim, perpetually damp, and the air itself feels thick with history, with untold secrets. My companions were Sarah and Mike. Sarah was my girlfriend at the time, an avid hiker, always pushing for the next challenge. Mike was her cousin, a big guy, an ex-football player who loved the outdoors but was more of a man versus nature kind of guy, always ready to conquer, not commune. Me, I was just along for the ride, hoping for some peace, some quiet, some photos of truly magnificent scenery. We hiked for most of a day, following a barely there trail that wound through stands of Douglas firs and western hemlocks, some of them so old and massive they looked like living cathedrals. The silence was profound, broken only by our footsteps, the occasional call of a bird, or the distant rush of a hidden stream. Cell service, as always in these remote spots, died out about an hour into the drive, replaced by the comforting, if isolating, glow of the no service icon on our phones. It was exactly what we wanted, or so we thought. We found a decent spot to make camp just as the sun was starting to dip below the towering canopy, painting the undersides of the highest branches with streaks of orange and purple. It was a small clearing, surprisingly flat, nestled among a cluster of particularly ancient-looking trees. They were not the gnarled, twisted kind of old, but rather straight, impossibly tall, their bark thick and furrowed like the skin of some colossal beast. They stood sentinel around our little patch of earth, silent and imposing. We set up our tents, built a small fire, and cooked some dehydrated meals. The air grew cold quickly once the last light faded, and the forest settled into a deep, almost oppressive silence. It was a kind of silence that feels less like an absence of sound and more like a presence, a watchful stillness that presses in from all sides. Mike, ever the boisterous one, tried to break it with jokes, but even his booming laughter seemed to get swallowed up by the vastness of the woods, echoing faintly before dying out altogether. Sarah and I mostly just listened to the crackle of the fire, feeling the primal comfort of its warmth against the encroaching chill. Eventually, we packed up, doused the fire, and retreated to our tents. I zipped myself into my sleeping bag, pulling the hood tight around my head, and listened to the sounds of the night. The rustle of leaves in a faint breeze, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft drip of condensation from the tent fabric. It was peaceful, genuinely peaceful, for a while. Then it started. It was faint at first, so subtle I almost dismissed it as my imagination, or perhaps the thumping of my own heart against the ground. A low, hollow thrum. Thump, thump, thump. I held my breath, straining my ears. It was not my heart. It was coming from outside, from the trees. It was not a woodpecker. This sound was too deep, too resonant. It sounded like someone was hitting a massive, hollow log with a padded mallet, very slowly, very deliberately. It had a strange, almost organic quality to it, like the sound was being produced by something alive, yet not quite natural. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm was slow, steady, like a heartbeat, but not human. Something much larger, something ancient. I nudged Sarah, who was already half asleep beside me. "Hey," I whispered. "Do you hear that?" She stirred, mumbling sleepily. "Hear what?" "That sound," I said, my voice barely audible. "The thumping." She listened for a moment, then shifted. "Probably just some animal," she murmured, already drifting back to sleep. "A deer, maybe, pawing the ground." But it did not sound like an animal. It sounded deliberate, mechanical almost in its precise rhythm, yet somehow alive. I lay there for a long time, listening. The drumming continued, never speeding up, never faltering. It was just there, a constant, low pulse in the heart of the forest. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted off, the strange rhythm weaving itself into my dreams. The next morning, the forest was bright and clear, the previous night's chill replaced by a crisp, invigorating air. The sun, still struggling to penetrate the canopy, cast long, ethereal shafts of light through the mist that clung to the forest floor. It was beautiful, truly, and the drumming was gone. I mentioned it to Sarah and Mike as we ate breakfast. Mike scoffed. "Probably just a squirrel or something." "Mark, you get spooked easily out here." It was not a squirrel. "Mike," I insisted. It was too deep, too regular. It sounded like a drum. Sarah shrugged. I barely heard anything. Maybe it was just the wind or a branch hitting another one. She was already packing her gear, ready to hit the trail. She liked to push herself, always. I tried to explain the distinct quality of the sound, the hollow resonance, the deliberate pace. But they were not interested. They had not heard it as clearly as I had, or perhaps they simply did not want to admit to anything strange. It is a common human reaction, is not it? To dismiss the unsettling, to rationalize the unexplainable, especially when you are deep in the wilderness where the rules of civilization seem to fray. We spent the day hiking further, pushing deeper into the forest. The trail grew even more faint, occasionally disappearing altogether, forcing us to rely on Mike's GPS and our own sense of direction. The trees grew even larger, even more ancient, their roots snaking across the forest floor like massive, petrified veins. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, pine needles, and something subtle, almost metallic, like ozone after a lightning strike, but without the storm. We found another clearing for our second night, even more secluded than the first. It felt older. The trees surrounding it seemed to loom even higher, their ancient boughs interlocking to form a nearly impenetrable ceiling. There was a feeling here, a heavy stillness, that made the hairs on my arms prickle. As night fell, the silence returned, even deeper than before. We built a fire, ate our dinner, and the conversation was subdued. Even Mike seemed less inclined to crack jokes. There was an unspoken tension in the air, a sense of anticipation that we all felt but none dared to voice. And then it started again. Thump, thump, thump. This time it was louder, more distinct. And the rhythm, it was subtly faster. Not by much, but enough that I noticed immediately. It was still slow, still deliberate, but the pauses between the thumps were just a fraction shorter. Mike heard it this time. He froze, a half-eaten energy bar in his hand. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice losing its usual bravado. Sarah sat up straighter, her eyes wide. "I told you it was not a squirrel." "Mark," she said, her voice tight with a fear she rarely showed. We sat there, huddled around the fire, listening. The sound seemed to come from all directions at once, as if the entire forest was exhaling a slow, rhythmic beat. It was not just one tree, it felt like it emanated from the very wood itself, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to travel through the ground, up our legs, and into our chests. Thump, 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 thump. It sped up again just slightly. Now it felt less like a distant drum and more like a massive, organic heart beating somewhere deep beneath the earth or within the colossal trunks surrounding us. The hollow quality was still there, but it was overlaid with a new, disturbing richness, a kind of bass note that vibrated through your bones. "It sounds like it is coming from those big ones," Mike whispered, pointing a shaky finger at the ancient trees that ringed our clearing. His face, usually ruddy and confident, was pale in the firelight. "But what is it?" Sarah asked, her voice barely a breath. "It is not an animal. It is too uniform. I do not know." I admitted, my own heart thumping a frantic counterpoint to the forest's slow beat. A cold dread was beginning to settle in my stomach. This was not just strange, it felt wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. We tried to rationalize it again. Wind. No, there was barely a breeze. Some kind of seismic activity. Unlikely, and it would not be so rhythmic. Some kind of animal communication. What animal could make a sound like that, so perfectly timed, so deep and resonant from within the wood itself? We stayed up for hours, the drumming a constant, unsettling presence. It never stopped, never varied, just kept its slightly accelerated pace. It felt like it was watching us, listening to us, marking time. We barely spoke, just listened to that relentless, hollow beat until, one by one, we gave in to exhaustion and retreated to our tents, pulling our sleeping bags tight, trying to block out the sound that seemed to vibrate through the very ground we slept on. I do not think any of us slept well that night. Every time I drifted off, the drumming pulled me back, a relentless pulse in the darkness. The next morning, we were all on edge. Our faces were drawn, our eyes heavy. The drumming had stopped with the first hint of dawn, leaving behind an even more profound silence that felt somehow heavier than before. It was the silence of a predator resting, a temporary lull before the hunt resumed. "We should go," Sarah said, her voice quiet but firm. "I do not like this place. It feels wrong." Mike, for once, did not argue. He just nodded, his gaze sweeping nervously around the towering trees. "Yeah, let us pack up and get out of here." But as we started to pack, a new problem arose. We would pushed so far off the main trail, and our GPS was acting up, losing signal intermittently. Mike, usually so confident, was having trouble pinpointing our exact location and the best way back to the car. The dense canopy made it difficult for the satellite signal to penetrate. We were, for all intents and purposes, lost. Or at least very, very disoriented. "It is fine." Mike tried to reassure us, though his voice lacked conviction. "We just need to find the old logging road. It should be a few miles east." So we started hiking, pushing through the dense undergrowth, trying to find any recognizable landmark. The forest seemed to close in around us, every tree looking identical, every turn leading to more of the same. The air grew heavy, damp, and the light, already dim, seemed to fade even further, as if the forest itself was absorbing the sun's rays. We hiked for hours, growing increasingly frustrated and tired. The fear that had been a low hum the night before was now a constant thrum in our chests. We were not just lost, we felt trapped. And the trees, they seemed to watch us, their massive trunks like silent, knowing giants. As the afternoon wore on, a fine mist began to descend, clinging to the branches, obscuring visibility even further. It was not quite fog, more like the forest itself was breathing out a cold, damp breath. The air grew colder. "We have to make camp," Sarah said, shivering. "We are not going to find the road before dark." Mike reluctantly agreed. We found another small clearing, even more enclosed than the last, surrounded by an impenetrable wall of ancient trees. This time, the silence that followed our arrival was not peaceful, it was expectant. We did not even bother with fire. The dampness made it impossible to get anything burning, and honestly, none of us had the heart for it. We just huddled together, eating cold rations, our eyes darting nervously into the encroaching shadows. Night fell with a chilling swiftness. The mist grew thicker, swirling around the base of the trees, making them look even more spectral, even more immense. And then it began. Thump, 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 thump. This time, it was immediate. And it was faster. Significantly faster than the previous night. The hollow resonance was still there, but now it was urgent, insistent. It was not just a beat, it was a pulse, a rhythm that seemed to demand attention, to demand a response. We huddled closer, our eyes wide with terror. This was not an animal. This was not natural. This was something deliberate, something that knew we were here. "It is getting faster," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. It is like it is trying to get our attention." Mike, who had been trying to project an air of calm, finally broke. "This is messed up, man," he choked out, his eyes darting around the mist-shrouded trees. What if it is trying to find us?" The drumming continued, a relentless, accelerating beat. It was not just faster, it was louder. The vibrations were palpable, shaking the ground beneath us, rattling our teeth. It felt like the entire forest was a giant, living drum, and we were trapped inside it. Thump, 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 thump. It was a frantic, terrifying rhythm now, a rapid, almost frantic pulse. And something else started to happen. Something deeply unsettling. I noticed it in my own chest first. My heart, already racing with fear, seemed to be trying to match the rhythm of the drumming. It was a subtle pull at first, a subconscious attempt to synchronize, like trying to keep time with a song. But then it became more insistent. My heart felt like it was being physically tugged, pulled into alignment with the forest beat. I looked at Sarah. Her eyes were glazed over, her breathing shallow. Her hand was pressed against her chest, and I could see the frantic pulse in her neck. Then I looked at Mike. He was staring straight ahead, his jaw slack. His chest was heaving, his breathing coming in ragged gasps. And his eyes held a strange, fixed intensity, a mixture of terror and something else, something almost hypnotic. The drumming grew even faster, a blur of sound, a deafening, vibrating roar. It was no longer distinct thumps, but a continuous, overwhelming pulse that filled the air, the ground, our very bodies. And then I saw it, Mike's chest. It was rising and falling in perfect, terrifying sync with the drumming. His heart was not just trying to match it, it was matching it. His eyes were wide, unblinking, fixed on something in the mist-shrouded trees. A horrible, silent scream seemed to be trapped in his throat. "Mike," I yelled, but my voice was swallowed by the overwhelming beat. I grabbed his arm, trying to shake him, to break him out of whatever trance he was in. His skin was clammy, cold. He did not react, did not even blink. His body was rigid, vibrating with the rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. The drumming reached a crescendo, an impossible, deafening speed. It was a single sustained roar, a violent, vibrating pulse that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality. And then, with a final, shuddering thump, it stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, profound. It was a silence so deep, so sudden, that it felt like a physical blow. My ears rang, my head swam. The mist still swirled, but the air felt thin, empty. I looked at Mike. He was still sitting upright, his eyes wide open, staring. But his chest, it was not moving. His skin was an ashen gray. His lips were slightly parted, frozen in that silent scream. I pressed my fingers against his neck. Nothing. No pulse. Not even a faint flutter. Mike was dead. Sarah let out a choke sob, a small, desperate sound in the immense silence. Her face was streaked with tears, her body shaking uncontrollably. She had not seen it happen as clearly as I had, but she felt it. We both felt it. The sudden, violent cessation of the drumming and the terrifying, immediate silence that followed. He is gone," I whispered, my voice raw, barely audible. Sarah did not respond, just continued to shake, her eyes fixed on Mike's lifeless form. The terror was a living thing in the clearing now, a palpable entity that pressed in on us from all sides. We did not know what to do. We just sat there, frozen in shock and overwhelming fear, for what felt like an eternity. The mist swirled, the trees stood silent and menacing, and Mike sat beside us, a chilling monument to the forest's malevolence. Eventually, the first faint hint of dawn began to lighten the sky, a pale gray bleeding through the dense canopy. It offered no comfort. The light only served to illuminate the horror of our situation more clearly. "We have to go," I finally managed to say, my voice still a rasp. "We have to get out of here." Sarah could barely move. I had to physically help her up, her limbs stiff with shock. We left everything. Our tents, our backpacks, our remaining supplies. We left Mike. We could not even think about it. The thought of touching him, of trying to move him, was unbearable. He was part of this place, now a sacrifice to the drumming trees. We stumbled through the forest, not caring about the trail, not caring about direction. We just ran from the silence, ran from the trees, ran from the memory of that impossible, heart-stopping beat. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a fresh wave of terror through us. We did not speak, could not speak. Our only goal was to put as much distance as possible between us and that clearing, between us and those drumming trees. Hours later, bruised, scratched, and utterly exhausted, we stumbled onto a barely used logging road. It was narrow, overgrown, but it was a road, and it led somewhere. We followed it for what felt like days, half walking, half crawling, until we finally saw the blessed sight of a paved road in the distance. And then, a few hours after that, we saw a car. A park ranger's vehicle, parked at a remote trailhead. I do not remember much of what happened next. The relief, the overwhelming exhaustion, the questions from the ranger. We told them we had gotten lost, that Mike had suffered a sudden, fatal heart attack. They looked at us strangely, at our wild eyes and torn clothes, but they did not press. They sent out a search party, of course. They found our camp, our gear. They found Mike. The official cause of death was indeed a massive cardiac arrest. No signs of foul play, no obvious external injuries. Just a hiker who had inexplicably died in the middle of a remote forest. They never found anything else. No explanation for the drumming. No reason for Mike's sudden, terrifying death. Sarah and I never talked about it, not really. Not with each other, and certainly not with anyone else. How could we? How do you explain that the forest itself, the ancient, silent trees, had beaten a man's heart to death? How do you explain that you heard it, felt it, and watched it happen? That experience, those drumming trees, was my first real taste of the true, unadulterated horror that nature can hold. It taught me that the wilderness is not just beautiful, it is also ancient, unknowable, and sometimes malevolent. It taught me that there are forces out there that operate on a scale we can't comprehend, forces that see us as nothing more than fleeting, fragile things, easily silenced. It was a warning, a deep, resonant, hollow warning, beating a rhythm I would never forget. A rhythm that, even now, sometimes echoes in the deepest, darkest corners of my mind when the world gets too quiet. A reminder that some places are not just untouched, they are untamed. And they do not just watch you. Sometimes they listen, and sometimes they beat, until you can't beat back. The wind. God, the wind. Even now, years later, the sound of a strong gust outside my window can send a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror through me. It is not just the sound itself, but what it represents. The echoing gorge, the whispers, our names called out by something ancient and hungry, chasing us, pulling at our clothes, trying to drag us back into its maw. We ran like animals, like prey. Sarah, Mark, and I, our lungs burning, hearts hammering against our ribs, the ground blurring beneath our frantic feet. The wind was a physical force, a monstrous hand pushing and pulling, trying to trip us, to disorient us. It was not just a sound anymore, it was a presence, palpable and malevolent. I remember feeling its icy breath on my neck, hearing its guttural roar as we scrambled over rocks and twisted roots, never daring to look back. We did not know where we were going, only that it had to be a way. Somehow, by some miracle, we broke free. One moment, we were in the heart of the storm. The next, the wind seemed to recede. It was like running out of a dark tunnel into a sudden, eerie calm. The air was still, heavy. The whispers died, replaced by the ringing in our ears and the frantic gasps for breath. We collapsed in a heap miles from the gorge, hidden by a dense thicket of pines, our bodies shaking uncontrollably. We did not speak for a long time, just lay there, listening to the pounding of our own blood, half expecting the wind to return, to find us. It did not. Not that night, anyway. But the experience scarred us, deep and permanent. Sleep became a luxury, plagued by nightmares of disembodied voices and spectral winds. We would wake up in cold sweats, convinced we heard our names being called from the darkness of our shared motel room. The bond between us, forged in that shared horror, became something fragile and strained. We were constantly on edge, jumping at shadows, flinching at sudden noises, We could not look at each other without seeing the reflection of that terror in our eyes. We knew we could not go back to our old lives, not like this. The city felt too loud, too exposed. Every gust of wind, every distant siren felt like a threat. We needed silence, isolation, a place where the air was still and the only sounds were natural, benign. We spent weeks poring over maps, looking for the most remote, untouched corners of the country. He found a small, dilapidated cabin nestled deep within a national forest, hundreds of miles from the echoing gorge, in a different state altogether. It was cheap, rustic, and promised absolute solitude. We pooled our meager savings, packed what little we had, and drove. We drove until the paved roads gave way to gravel, and the gravel to dirt tracks, until the world we knew disappeared in our rear-view mirror. The cabin was exactly as advertised remote. It sat in a clearing, surrounded by a wall of ancient, towering trees, oaks, maples, and pines, their branches interwoven so tightly they formed a perpetual twilight beneath their canopy. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. The silence initially was a balm. No wind, no distant whispers, just the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. For the first few days, we simply existed. We chopped firewood, cleaned the dust from the cabin, and cooked simple meals over a crackling fire. We tried to talk, to process what had happened, but the words felt inadequate, hollow. The trauma was a phantom limb, always there, aching. We tried to heal. We took long walks, attempting to reclaim our relationship with nature, to find beauty in the quiet forest instead of terror. We would sit by a small stream, listening to the gentle gurgle of water, convincing ourselves that this was peace. This was safe. But the forest, I would soon discover, had its own secrets. And they were far more insidious than the predatory winds of the gorge. It started subtly, as these things always do. I was out exploring one afternoon, just wandering aimlessly, trying to clear my head. The trees here were different from the ones near the gorge, older, gnarled, their bark a mosaic of textures. I found myself drawn to a particularly massive oak, its trunk wider than my outstretched arms. As I ran my hand over its rough, furrowed bark, my fingers brushed against something unusually smooth, almost polished. I paused, my curiosity piqued. It was a knot, but unlike any I had seen. It was not a natural burrow or a healed wound. It was shaped. I squinted, stepping back a pace, trying to get a better angle in the dappled light. And that is when I saw it. It was a face. Not a perfectly rendered sculpture, but undeniably a face. Crude, yes, carved directly into the living wood, but with enough detail to make it unsettling. Two hollowed-out eyes, a faint ridge for a nose, a thin, almost smiling line for a mouth. It was small, no bigger than my palm, nestled amidst the rugged bark, as if it had grown there. My first thought was that a previous owner, or perhaps a local eccentric, had carved it. A strange hobby, certainly, but nothing overtly sinister. I traced its outline with my finger, feeling the smooth, almost stone-like texture of the wood where it had been worked. It was old, weathered, the edges softened by time and the elements. I shrugged off a peculiar oddity and continued my walk. But the face stuck with me. It had a peculiar quality to it, an almost lifelike stillness. Later that evening, as we sat by the fire, I mentioned it to Sarah and Mark. "Found something weird today," I said, poking at the embers. "Someone carved a face into one of the oaks out there. Really old, looks like it has been there for decades." Sarah, who was trying to read a tattered paperback, barely looked up. Probably some bored kid or a hermit. This place has probably seen its share of strange residents. Mark, ever the skeptic, grunted. "Probably just a trick of the light, your imagination playing games after everything." He did not need to finish the sentence. We all knew what everything meant. I let it go, but the next day, I found myself drawn back to the oak. I wanted to see it again, to confirm it was not just my mind playing tricks. It was still there, of course. And as I stood before it, really looking at it in the brighter morning light, a chill snaked down my spine. The face, it looked familiar. Not like someone I knew intimately, but like a face I would seen before. A distant relative, an old teacher, a face from a newspaper article. I could not place it, and that uncertainty made it even more unnerving. It was too specific to be generic, too distinct to be just a random carving. I spent the rest of the day walking further into the woods, my eyes now scanning every tree trunk, every knot, every unusual growth. It was like a morbid treasure hunt. And then I found another. This one was on a maple, a little deeper into the forest. It was larger, perhaps the size of a small plate, and even more defined. The eyes were deeper set, the nose more prominent, the mouth slightly cocked, as if caught mid-sentence. And this one I recognized instantly. It was Mr. Henderson, my old high school history teacher, the one who always wore leather jackets and smelled faintly of pipe tobacco and old books. He was still alive, as far as I knew. I had seen him at the grocery store just a year or so ago, looking a little grayer, but otherwise unchanged. Panic started to bubble in my throat. This was not a coincidence. Two distinct, recognizable faces, carved into trees in the middle of nowhere. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Had Mr. Henderson visited this cabin? Had he been the one to carve these? But why? And why did they look so ancient? I rushed back to the cabin, my heart pounding. Sarah, Mark, you guys need to see this. Now, they looked at me, startled by the urgency in my voice. What is it? Sarah asked, her hand instinctively going to the small hunting knife she now carried everywhere. The faces. I gasped, still out of breath. There are more, and I know who one of them is. Reluctantly, they followed me. I led them first to the oak, pointing out the crude carving. See, it is a face. Mark scoffed. All right, so some weirdo carved a face. What is the big deal? This is the big deal, I said, pulling them deeper into the woods, towards a maple. When we reached it, I pointed, my hand trembling slightly. That is Mr. Henderson, my old history teacher. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Mark, usually so composed, stared at the tree, his jaw slack. No way, he whispered. That is impossible. But it was not. The resemblance was uncanny. The slight asymmetry of his face, the way his eyebrows arched, the particular set of his mouth. It was him, etched into the living wood. We spent the rest of the afternoon in a state of growing dread, systematically searching the perimeter of the clearing, then venturing further out. We found more. So many more. There was Mrs. Peterson, the sweet old lady who used to bake cookies for me as a kid. There was David, an old college friend I had not seen in years. There was even a faded, almost indistinguishable face that looked eerily like a local politician whose face graced billboards back home. Each one a specific, recognizable individual. And each one, as far as we knew, was still alive. The faces were not just carved into the trees, they seemed to be part of them. The wood around them was smooth, almost like skin, distinct from the rough bark of the rest of the trunk. They were not painted or stained, they were the natural color of the wood, yet somehow they conveyed the subtle nuances of skin tone. And as the light shifted, playing across their features, they seemed to change. The eyes, always hollow, sometimes appeared to follow us. A trick of a light, we told ourselves, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. This is messed up, Sarah whispered, her voice tight with fear as we stood before a particularly detailed face of a woman we did not recognize, but whose features were so clear it was like staring at a portrait. Who would do this? And why? Mark was pale. It is like a gallery, a collection. But what kind? We retreated to the cabin as dusk began to fall, the silence of the forest, now oppressive, menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every creak of the old wood made us jump. The faces felt like they were out there, watching, waiting in the gathering gloom. That night, we barely slept. We talked in hushed tones, trying to make sense of it. Could it be some elaborate prank? A cult? But how could they carve so many faces so accurately? And of people from all walks of our lives, from different towns, different states. What if it is connected to the gorge? Sarah suggested, her voice barely audible. What if that thing followed us? Or sent something here? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The wind was one thing, a primal, ancient entity. But these faces, they were personal, intimate. They knew us, or at least they knew people connected to us. The next morning, driven by a desperate need for answers, we started mapping the faces, giving each one a number and trying to identify it. We used our phones, though signal was spotty, to search for news of the people we recognized. Every single one was still alive. This was the chilling constant. No obituaries, no missing person reports. Just ordinary lives, continuing on, completely unaware that their likenesses were etched into the trees of a remote forest. And then, the worst discovery. We were nearing the edge of the clearing again, where the forest deepened into a denser, darker thicket. I stopped dead, my breath catching in my throat. On the trunk of a massive ancient pine, partially obscured by a curtain of moss, was another face. This one was not old and weathered. It was fresher, the lines sharper, the wood a lighter, newer shade. And it was unmistakably Mark. His face, his exact features, the slight cleft in his chin, the intensity in his eyes, even the way his hair swept across his forehead. It was Mark, looking back at us from the tree, captured in a moment of surprise, or perhaps dawning fear. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her voice cracking. She stumbled back, almost falling. Mark stared at his own likeness, his face draining of all color. He reached out a trembling hand, touching the smooth, cold wood. It is me," he choked out. How is this possible? The faces were not just of people we knew. They were of us. Our fear escalated into full-blown panic. If Mark's face was here, then surely. We searched frantically, desperately, our eyes darting from trunk to trunk. It did not take long. Sarah's face was on a gnarled oak a little further off. Her characteristic determined frown, the slight curve of her lips, the flecks in her eyes that seemed to catch the light. It was her younger, perhaps from photo, but unmistakably her. And mine, on a tall, slender birch, its pale bark a stark contrast to the dark wood of the carving. My face, with my slightly crooked nose and the worried furrow in my brow. It was newer, like Mark's, still raw and freshly formed. We stumbled back to the cabin, our minds reeling. This was not just a weird phenomenon anymore. This was personal. This was directed at us. The silence of the forest now felt like a predatory hush, waiting. The trees, once a comforting presence, were now an army of silent watchers, their faces a grotesque living gallery. "What does it mean?" Sarah cried, burying her face in her hands. Are we next? What happens when our faces are fully formed? Mark, who had been pacing frantically, stopped. "They are not just carvings, are they?" he said, his voice flat. "They are growing, forming, like the trees themselves are absorbing people." His words sent a fresh wave of horror through me. He was right. The older faces were weathered, almost part of the natural bark. But ours, and a few others we would notice, were sharper, newer, as if they were still in the process of emerging, as if they were alive. A chilling thought struck me. What if they are not just faces of people? What if they are the people? or their essence. We tried to rationalize it, to find a scientific explanation, but our minds kept circling back to the supernatural, to the malevolent entity from the gorge, or something even older, even more rooted in this ancient forest. We started looking for patterns. The faces seemed to be clustered, almost radiating out from the cabin. It felt like we were at the epicenter of some dark, arboreal ritual. We noticed subtle changes. The older faces, those that were fully integrated into the bark, had a kind of placid, almost serene expression. But the newer ones, like ours and Mark's, carried an echo of their living counterparts' emotions, Mark's grim determination. Sarah's quiet fear, my own anxiety. That night, fear gave way to a desperate need for answers. Mark, ever the man of action, suggested we try to interact with one of the faces. If they are just carvings, nothing will happen. If they are more, then we will know. Sarah was against it. What if it is a trap? What if we anger whatever made them? But the idea had taken root in my mind. We could not just sit there, waiting for our faces to fully form, for whatever terrible fate awaited us. We needed to understand. We chose Mark's face. It was the freshest, the most defined. We went out under the pale moonlight, armed with a hatchet and a sickening sense of dread. Mark stood before his own likeness, his hand shaking as he gripped the hatchet. "Be careful," I whispered, my voice barely audible. He took a deep breath, raised the hatchet, and with a grunt of defiance, swung it towards the carved cheekbone. The moment the metal bit into the wood, a searing pain shot through the air. Not just a sound, but a physical sensation, like a scream tearing through the very fabric of the forest. The tree itself seemed to convulse. The ground beneath our feet shuddered violently, throwing us off balance. A low, guttural groan, like the sound of ancient roots tearing themselves from the earth, vibrated through the air, emanating from everywhere and nowhere. Mark screamed, dropping the hatchet. He clutched his own face, specifically his cheek, where a thin line of blood was now seeping from beneath his fingers. "It cut me," he gasped, his eyes wide with terror. The tree, it cut me where I cut it. We stared, horrified, at the carved face. Where Mark had struck it, a fresh gash now marred the wooden cheek. And from that gash, a dark, viscous sap, thick and red like blood, began to ooze. It smelled not of pine or earth, but of something metallic, something alive and raw. We scrambled away from the tree, our minds shattered. These were not just carvings. They were living extensions of the people they represented. And they were connected, deeply, horrifyingly connected. The forest itself seemed to respond. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen presence. The trees around us seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal arms reaching, watching. We could feel eyes on us, hundreds of them, from every direction. The hollow eyes of the carved faces, now imbued with a terrifying sentience. Back in the cabin, huddled together, we knew we had to leave. Immediately. But the thought of navigating that forest, of walking past those watching faces, filled us with a paralyzing dread. "We can't stay here," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "But can we leave? What if it won't let us?" Mark, nursing his bleeding cheek, looked utterly defeated. "It is like the gorge," he said, his voice raspy. "It wants us here. It wants us to become part of its collection." We spent the rest of the night packing, throwing essentials into our bags with frantic, trembling hands. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside, sounded like the forest closing in. As dawn approached, casting a pale, sickly light through the gaps in the trees, we made our move. We crept out of the cabin, our hearts hammering, our eyes darting nervously toward the surrounding trees. Every face we passed seemed to have shifted, their expressions now tinged with a silent, knowing malice. Mark's face on the pine, its wooden wound still weeping sap, seemed to mock us. My own face on the birch, its carved eyes seeming to follow my every move. We tried to stick to the path we had taken when we arrived, but the forest seemed to have changed. Trees we remembered were gone, replaced by dense thickets. Familiar landmarks seemed to have vanished. The path itself seemed to twist and turn, leading us deeper, not out. It is messing with us. Sarah whimpered, tears streaming down her face. It is like it is trying to keep us here. We pushed on, fueled by sheer terror. The air grew colder, even though the sun was now higher. The silence was absolute, broken only by our ragged breathing and the crunch of leaves underfoot. And then we started to hear it. Faintly at first, carried on a breath of air that was suspiciously like a breeze, even though the forest was utterly still. Whispers. Not our names this time, not yet, but indistinct sibilant sounds like dry leaves rustling or ancient voices murmuring secrets. They seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, from the very wood of the faces. We ran. We ran blindly, crashing through undergrowth, ignoring the scratches and scrapes, the aching in our muscles. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, weaving themselves into a dizzying chorus. And then, horrifyingly, amidst the cacophony, I heard it. My name, whispered, not by the wind, but from the trees, from the faces. Your name, Sarah screamed. Mark stumbled, pulling himself up, his eyes wide with a renewed primal fear. It is here, he gasped. It followed us, or it was here all along. We burst through a particularly dense thicket, desperate for an opening, for anything that looked like an escape route. And there, before us, was a sight that froze us in our tracks. A clearing, not the one with the cabin, but a much larger, older one. And in the center stood a single, colossal tree. It was ancient, its trunk impossibly wide, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of a grotesque titan, and covering its entire surface, from the base of its trunk to the highest branches, were faces. Thousands of them, all carved into the living wood, all staring out with hollow, silent eyes. Faces of every age, every race, every expression imaginable. Some were barely discernible, worn smooth by centuries. Others were sharp, fresh, terrifyingly clear. It was a monument to a terrible, unending collection. And in the middle of this horrifying tapestry, standing out with sickening clarity, were three new faces. Mine, Sarah's, Mark's. They were almost fully formed, more defined than they had been just hours before. The expressions on them were no longer just echoes of our living selves, they were expressions of pure, unadulterated terror. The eyes, once hollow, now seemed to gleam with a dark, oily sheen, reflecting the sickly light of the clearing. They were not just like us. They were us. Our essence captured, bound, and slowly, inexorably, being drawn into the monstrous tree. A low hum filled the air, emanating from the ancient tree, a sound that vibrated in our bones, in our very souls. It was the sound of consumption, of a slow, eternal hunger. We could not move. We were mesmerized, terrified, staring at our own faces, trapped in the wood, our fate laid bare before us. The whispers grew into a roar not of wind, but of countless voices, all murmuring, all calling, all pulling. Then, Mark, with a guttural scream of rage and defiance, lunged forward. He grabbed the hatchet he still clutched in his hand and swung it wildly at his own face on the tree. The impact was deafening. A thunderous crack echoed through the clearing. The entire tree shuddered violently, and the ground beneath us bucked and heaved. Mark cried out not from pain, but from a deeper, more profound agony. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest, his eyes rolling back in his head. His body convulsed, and then he went still. The carved face of Mark on the tree had a deep, jagged gash across its forehead. And from that gash, just like from his cheek, poured the thick, red sap, now gushing like a fresh wound. And then, before our horrified eyes, Mark's carved face began to change. The terror in its expression slowly faded, replaced by that same placid, empty serenity we had seen on the oldest faces. The lines softened, the features subtly shifting, becoming less distinctly marked, more anonymous. The sap stopped flowing, and the wound in the wood began to slowly, impossibly, knit itself together, leaving only a faint, dark scar. He was gone, his essence consumed, his face a permanent, silent testament to his capture. Sarah screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure despair. It shocked me out of my paralysis. This was not just a metaphor. This was real, and it was happening. Run, I yelled, grabbing Sarah's arm. Run. Sarah, now. We did not look back. We sprinted blindly, frantically, away from the colossal tree, away from the clearing of faces, away from Mark's silent, serene monument. The whispers followed us, a chorus of triumphant, hungry voices. The forest itself seemed to part for us, then close in behind us, pushing us, pulling us, guiding us. It was no longer trying to keep us. It was hurting us. We ran until our lungs burned, until our legs gave out, until we collapsed, gasping for air at the edge of the forest. The sun was fully up now, harsh and unforgiving. We were on a dirt road, a faint track leading to somewhere. We never looked back. We never went back. We eventually found our way to a small town, disheveled, traumatized, our story sounding like the ravings of madmen. We told them we got lost, that our friend had a heart attack. They believed us, or pretended to. Sarah and I do not speak much about it. We are both haunted, changed forever. Every tree we see, every forest we pass, fills us with a cold dread. We know our faces are still out there, etched into that monstrous tree, slowly transforming, slowly becoming one with the countless others. We live with the agonizing knowledge that we escaped, but at what cost? And for how long? Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I swear I can hear them, the whispers, and among them a new, silent voice. Mark's, calling from the heart of the forest, from the ancient, hungry wood, forever a part of the stone faces. And I wonder, with a terror that never truly leaves me, if one day my own face will fully form, and my essence will join his, forever trapped in the silent, watching gallery of the trees. The jungle was a living, breathing beast, and we were nothing but tiny parasites clinging to its skin. Weeks we had been out there, deep in the uncharted territories of what Dr. Eleanor Vance, our expedition's lead archaeologist, enthusiastically referred to as the Viridian Abyss. To me, Alex, the expedition's field researcher and general jack of all trades, it was just a humid, mosquito-infested hellhole. Our guide, Ben Carter, a grizzled ex-military type who looked like he would wrestle bears for breakfast, agreed with my assessment more often than not. And then there was Liam Jensen, our fresh-faced photographer, whose initial wide-eyed wonder was slowly being replaced by the same weary slump we all carried. Our mission, as Eleanor saw it, was to find the lost city of the C.H. Cathak, a mythical civilization rumored to have built temples out of obsidian and worship something else. Something ancient and decidedly non-human. Personally, I thought it was a wild goose chase. We would found nothing but endless trees, aggressive insects, and the occasional snake big enough to swallow a small goat. Morale was low, supplies were dwindling, and the relentless humidity was starting to fray everyone's nerves. Even Eleanor, usually a beacon of unshakable academic zeal, had moments where her shoulders sagged under the weight of her own ambition. Another dead end. Eleanor. Ben grunted one sweltering afternoon, hacking at a particularly stubborn vine with his machete. His face was slick with sweat, his eyes constantly scanning the dense foliage. We have been following this river for 3 days, and there is no sign of anything but more river. Eleanor consulted her maps, her brow furrowed. The ancient texts speak of a weeping stone at the confluence of 3 rivers. We have found 2. There must be a third. Liam, trudging behind her, wiped his camera lens. Maybe the 3rd river dried up 1,000 years ago. Dr. Vance. Eleanor shot him a look that could curdle milk. Optimism. Mr. Jensen is a virtue. Stupidity is a choice. We pushed on, the air thick and heavy, each breath a struggle. The jungle canopy was so dense that only slivers of sunlight pierced through, creating an eternal twilight on the forest floor. The sounds were constant, the buzz of insects, the distant calls of unseen birds, the rustle of leaves, and the ever-present drip of condensation. It was a symphony of life, but after weeks, it started to sound like a constant, oppressive whisper. It was Ben who found it. We were skirting a particularly steep ridge, trying to find a path through a tangle of roots and fallen trees. He stopped dead, his hand raised. Hold up. We froze, listening. The jungle sound seemed to intensify for a moment, then recede, leaving an unnatural quiet. What is it? Eleanor whispered, her hand already on her sidearm, a standard precaution against the larger, toothier inhabitants of the forest. Ben did not answer. He just pointed with his machete. Look, through a gap in the gnarled roots of a colossal strangler fig. I saw it. Not a river, not a ruin, but something different. The roots had formed a kind of natural archway, almost like a gate. Beyond it, the trees seemed to thin slightly, forming a small, almost perfectly circular clearing. And in the center of that clearing, half buried in the earth and completely swallowed by a thick emerald blanket of moss and creepers, was a mound. It was too regular to be natural, too symmetrical to be a fallen tree. Eleanor's eyes lit up, the fatigue momentarily forgotten. My God, she breathed, already pushing past us. It is a cairn, or a burial mound. Ben, ever cautious, held her back. Easy, Doc. Could be anything. But even he looked intrigued. We approached slowly, machetes clearing a path. The clearing itself felt wrong. The air was still, unnaturally, so. The usual jungle sounds were muted, as if absorbed by the dense foliage. It was like stepping into a soundproof room, but outdoors. A primal part of my brain screamed to turn back, but the academic curiosity, the human need to discover, was stronger. As we got closer to the moss-covered mound, its shape became clearer. It was not a cairn. It was too angular, too deliberate. Eleanor dropped to her knees, pulling out a trowel and a small brush. "Help me clear this," she ordered, her voice hushed with reverence. We worked for what felt like hours, carefully peeling back layers of moss, tangled vines, and damp earth. The humidity made the work exhausting, but the growing sense of anticipation kept us going. As more and more of the covering came away, the true nature of the object began to reveal itself. It was stone, dark, almost black, and impossibly smooth in places, rough and ancient in others. It was not a natural rock. It was carved. Obsidian. Eleanor whispered, her fingers tracing a line. Or basalt. This is it. This is C8 Kathak. Liam gasped, snapping photos furiously. Ben just watched, his expression unreadable, but his hand never strayed far from his machete. I felt a cold dread begin to coil in my stomach. The object we were uncovering was not beautiful. It was unsettling. As the last of the moss was peeled away, we stood back, staring. It was an idol, roughly 10 feet tall. It rose from the earth like a jagged tooth. Its form was utterly alien. It was not human, nor animal, nor any known creature. It had a squat, powerful body, a head that was too large, with no discernible neck, and a face that was a nightmare of angles and shadows. 2 deep-set indentations served as eyes, but they seemed to follow you, even from the unblinking stone. A wide, lipless maw was carved into its face, perpetually open, as if caught in a silent, eternal scream. Its limbs were thick and stubby, ending in what looked like crude, claw-like appendages. The entire surface was covered in intricate, swirling symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light, like a language of pure malice. It was ancient, so ancient that the air around it felt heavy, thick with forgotten time and unspeakable purpose. It was not a god meant for worship. It was a monument to something that demanded subservience through sheer, overwhelming terror. "My God," Liam whispered, his voice trembling. "It is terrifying." Eleanor, however, was in a state of ecstatic delirium. She circled the idol, her hands hovering, almost afraid to touch it. "This is unprecedented. This is a discovery that will rewrite history. The CH Kethak, they truly existed." I looked at Ben. His face was grim. He did not like it. Neither did I. The idol radiated an oppressive, palpable sense of malevolence. It was not just old stone, it felt alive, in a way that made my skin crawl. We decided to set up a temporary camp right there in the clearing. Eleanor would not hear of moving the idol, not even a few feet. She wanted to document it in situ, to absorb its presence. Ben argued for a more defensible position, but Eleanor was adamant. We were too exhausted to fight her. That night, the jungle sounds were still muted. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows that made the idol seem to shift and sway at the edge of the clearing. I tried to ignore it, tried to focus on the warmth of the flames and the mundane task of boiling water for coffee. But its presence was a cold weight in the air, a silent observer. Sleep came eventually, a restless, fitful thing. And then the dream began. It was not a typical dream. It was too vivid, too real. I was in a forest, but it was not our forest. It was darker, older, the trees gnarled and skeletal, their branches like grasping claws. The air was cold, biting, even though I knew I was sweating in my sleeping bag. I was alone, utterly alone, and a primal, bone-deep terror seized me. I knew I was being hunted. I could not see my pursuer, but I could feel it. The ground vibrated with its heavy tread, a rhythmic thump, thump, thump that seemed to echo in my very bones. The air grew colder with each beat, and a faint cloying smell, like damp earth and something metallic, filled my nostrils. I scrambled through the undergrowth, my heart hammering against my ribs, leaves tearing at my skin. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of pure panic through me. I could hear its breathing now, a deep, guttural rasp, incredibly close. It was enormous. I knew that much, and it moved with a terrifying speed and purpose. It was not just chasing me, it was toying with me, letting me run, savoring the fear. I stumbled, falling hard, my face scraping against rough bark. I tried to push myself up, but my muscles would not obey. Paralysis. That is when I saw it, or rather, felt it. A shadow, impossibly deep, detached from the meager light of the dream forest, loomed over me. 2 pinpricks of light, like burning embers, gleamed from the oppressive darkness. And then a sound. A low, guttural growl that was not animal, was not human, but something ancient and utterly monstrous. I woke with a gasp drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The jungle sounds were back, louder now, almost mocking. The fire had died down to embers. The idol stood silent and dark at the edge of the clearing, its unblinking eyes seeming to stare directly into my tent. I sat up, trying to catch my breath, telling myself it was just a nightmare. Stress, jungle fever, anything but what it felt like. But the metallic smell, faint but distinct, still clung to my nostrils. And the cold feeling lingered in the tent, despite the oppressive humidity outside. The next morning, the air was thick with unspoken tension. Eleanor was already up, meticulously cleaning the idol with soft brushes, humming to herself. Ben was sharpening his machete, his movements precise and deliberate. Liam was fiddling with his camera, looking unusually pale. Rough night. I asked Ben, trying to sound casual. He grunted, not looking up. Something like that. Had a real doozy of a dream. Felt like I was running from a goddamn rhino, in the dark. My blood ran cold. A rhino. or something bigger. Never saw it, but I could feel it breathing down my neck. Woke up feeling like I would run a marathon. He finally looked at me, his eyes narrowed. "You too?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, being hunted." Liam, overhearing us, stopped fiddling with his camera. "Wait, you guys too?" I thought I was losing it. I dreamt I was in some dark forest, and something massive was chasing me. I could hear it, feel the ground shake. It was terrifying. He shivered, woke up screaming. I think. Eleanor, still engrossed in her work, scoffed. "Please. It is the jungle. Strange noises, unfamiliar environment, stress. It is perfectly normal to have vivid dreams." This was not just vivid. "Eleanor," I said, my voice sharper than I intended. This felt real, and we all had the same dream. She finally looked up, a hint of annoyance in her eyes. Coincidence? Or mass hysteria? Now, if you gentlemen are quite finished with your psychoanalysis, I would like to focus on documenting this incredible find. We dropped the subject, but the seed of unease had been planted. Throughout the day, as Eleanor continued her work, the rest of us felt an almost electric tension in the air. The jungle seemed to press in closer, its whispers no longer benign. Every snap of a twig, every rustle, made us jump. We started to move closer to each other, unconsciously forming a tighter circle. That night, the dreams returned, more intense, more terrifying. This time, I could almost make out shapes in the peripheral vision of my dream self. Huge, powerful limbs, a head too big, and the eyes those burning embers in the darkness, filled with an ancient, predatory intelligence. The metallic smell was stronger, almost choking me. I ran until my dream lungs burned, until my dream legs gave out, only to be caught in the shadow of the unseen behemoth, its guttural growl vibrating through my entire being. I woke up screaming just like Liam had. And this time, I was not alone. Liam was gasping for air in his tent, and Ben was sitting bolt upright, his hand on his rifle, his face pale and drawn. Even Eleanor's tent was silent for a moment before we heard a frustrated grunt. "This is not normal," Ben said, his voice low and ragged. 3 nights in a row, the same damn nightmare. "Something's going on." Eleanor emerged from her tent, looking disheveled and angry. "It is the environment. Lack of sleep. We are all exhausted. Or it is that thing," Liam said, pointing a trembling finger at the idol. "Ever since we dug it up, these dreams started." Eleanor glared at him. "That is preposterous. It is a stone carving." Liam, "An artifact. An artifact that feels like it is watching us." I countered. "An artifact that gives me the creeps every time I look at it. And it is the only new variable we have introduced." She dismissed us, of course, but her conviction seemed to waver slightly. The dreams were starting to affect her too, though she would not admit it. She looked more tired, her eyes a little too bright. Her obsession with the idol, however, seemed to grow. She spent every waking hour studying its symbols, tracing the lines with her fingers, muttering to herself. She even started taking rubbings, pressing paper against the stone and charcoal over it, revealing the intricate patterns more clearly. The more she studied, the more agitated she became. Sometimes, I would hear her gasp or utter a low exclamation of shock. Once, I saw her recoil from the idol, as if it had burned her. "What is it?" I asked, approaching cautiously. She shook her head, her eyes wide. "The symbols, they are not just decorative. They are a narrative, a warning, and invocation." "Invocation of what?" Ben asked, his hand already resting on the hilt of his hunting knife. Eleanor did not answer directly. She just stared at the idol, a strange mixture of fear and awe on her face. "It is about a hunter, a primal entity. It says the idol is its heart. And when the heart is uncovered, the hunter awakens. A cold dread seeped into my bones. Liam whimpered. Ben swore under his breath. We need to cover it back up. I said, my voice firm. Or destroy it. Eleanor whirled on me, her eyes blazing. Destroy it. Are you insane? This is a priceless historical artifact. It is a nightmare machine. Eleanor. Liam cried, his voice bordering on hysterical. It is giving us all the same terrifying dreams. It is making us feel like we are being hunted. Because we are being hunted. Ben said, his voice low and gravelly. I heard something last night, outside the camp. Not an animal. Something big. Something heavy. And it was moving slowly. My blood ran cold. The dreams were bleeding into reality. That night, the dreams were shared. We were all in the dark forest together, running, stumbling. The sounds of the hunter growing louder, closer. We could hear each other's terrified gasps, see each other's desperate faces in the fleeting moments of dream light. The entity was everywhere, its guttural growl omnipresent hum, its metallic scent choking us. It was no longer toying with us. It was closing in for the kill. I saw Liam fall, his scream cut short as a massive, shadowy form descended upon him. Then Ben, trying to fight it, his rifle useless against the ethereal horror. And then Eleanor, her face a mask of primal terror, her scientific curiosity utterly obliterated by raw, unadulterated fear. She tripped, and the shadow was upon her. I woke up screaming, thrashing in my sleeping bag, tears streaming down my face. The tent was shaking. The entire ground was shaking. Get up. Get up. Ben's voice, ragged and hoarse, ripped through the air. It is real. It is outside. I scrambled out of my tent, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The fire was out. The clearing was shrouded in a darkness, so absolute it felt like a physical presence. But it was not just darkness. There was a sound, a rhythmic thump, thump, thump that vibrated through the earth, the same sound from my dreams. And the smell, the metallic, damp earth smell, was overpowering. Liam, Eleanor. Ben yelled into the darkness, his voice tight with fear. No answer. Only the thump, 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 growing closer. They are gone. I whispered, my voice trembling. It took them in the dream. It took them for Real. Ben swore, a stream of curses. Grab your pack. Alex, we are getting out of here. Now. We fumbled in the darkness, grabbing what we could. My hand shook so violently I could barely zip my bag. The sound from the jungle were deafening, now not just the thump, 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 but the snapping of branches, the crushing of undergrowth, the sheer, immense weight of something moving through the dense foliage, directly towards our camp. And then, a sound I will never forget. A low, guttural growl, not from the dreams, but from the darkness just beyond the clearing. It vibrated in my chest, a sound of ancient, malevolent triumph. The idol. Ben yelled, we have to bury it, or destroy it. We do not have time. I screamed, my voice cracking. It is here. But Ben, a man of action, was already moving. He ran toward the idol, pulling out a small, foldable shovel from his pack. It is the source. If we can put it back, maybe it will stop. Ben, no. I yelled, but it was too late. A massive shadow detached itself from the surrounding jungle, moving with an impossible speed. It was colossal, far larger than anything I could have imagined. Its form indistinct in the absolute darkness, but its presence overwhelming. I saw two burning embers, its eyes fixated on Ben. Ben, in a desperate act of defiance, swung his shovel at the idol, a futile gesture against the dark stone. He managed to chip a small piece from its base, a tiny victory that cost him everything. The shadow moved, and Ben was gone. There was a sickening crunch, a muffled cry, and then silence, save for the rhythmic thump, thump, thump as the entity moved away, back into the impenetrable darkness of the jungle. carrying its prize. I stood frozen, paralyzed by terror, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. Liam, Eleanor, Ben, all gone, taken by something born of ancient stone and nightmare. The idol stood in the center of the clearing, a silent, unblinking witness, its chipped base a testament to Ben's final, desperate act. The jungle was silent again, save for the distant, fading thump, thump, thump. The air was still thick with that metallic, earthy smell. I was alone, utterly, terrifyingly alone. My instincts screamed at me to run, to flee, to get as far away from that place, from that idol, from that nightmare, as humanly possible. I did not know where I was going, did not know if I would survive the jungle, but I knew I could not stay. I turned and ran, blindly crashing through the undergrowth, not caring about the scratches or the pain. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed, until I thought I would collapse. I ran for my life and for the lives of my friends, hoping that my escape would somehow lessen the entity's power, that by leaving the idol behind, I would break its hold. I do not know how long I ran. Days, maybe. I survived on what little food I had, on rainwater, on sheer, unadulterated terror. The jungle, once a place of oppressive humidity, became a place of salvation, its familiar sounds a comfort against the silence of death. I eventually stumbled out of the forest, half dead, dehydrated, and utterly broken, into a small, remote village. They found me, confused and babbling about ancient idols and unseen hunters. They thought I was mad. Perhaps I was. I was rescued, eventually, and brought back to civilization. I told my story, but no one believed me. They said the jungle was dangerous, that my team likely fell victim to wild animals or disease. They dismissed my nightmares as PTSD, my descriptions of the idol as delirium. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And every night, I still dream. The dreams are less vivid now, less frequent, but they are always there, lurking at the edges of my sleep. I am in a dark forest, and I am being hunted. I never see its face clearly, but I know it is there, just beyond the veil, waiting. The metallic smell, the guttural growl, the rhythmic thump, 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 they are etched into my very soul. I never went back to the Viridian abyss. No one ever did. The expedition was written off as a tragic loss. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I can almost hear the jungle whispering. And I wonder if the idols still stand there, deep in the heart of that forgotten clearing, slowly gathering moss again, its unblinking eyes staring into the void, waiting for the next curious fool to uncover its ancient, terrible secret. And I wonder if the hunter, satiated for now, is merely sleeping, its dreams filled with the thrill of the chase, patiently awaiting the day its heart is disturbed once more. All right, so you know how some places just feel wrong? Like the air gets heavy and your gut twists even when everything looks perfectly normal. Well, I have learned that feeling is not just some random anxiety. Sometimes it is your brain screaming at you to run. And if you do not listen, you are in for a world of hurt. Believe me, I know. I am Mark, and this is the story of Mirror Pond. It all started, as these things often do, with a camping trip. My friends and I, Liam, Chloe, and Ben, we would made it an annual thing since high school. Escape the city, breathe some clean air, tell stupid stories around campfire. It was our ritual, our reset button. This year, though, I wanted something different, something truly remote. I spent weeks scouring online forums, looking for hidden gems, places off the beaten path that Gut-Goo Maps barely acknowledged. That is when I stumbled upon mentions of Mirror Pond. The descriptions were alluring, pristine, untouched, unbelievably still water that reflected the sky and trees with perfect clarity. A true wilderness experience, deep in some forgotten corner of the Redwood National Forest. The kind of place you had to hike to, a real trek, far from any established campgrounds or even decent cell service. Sounded perfect, right? A real adventure. We were all on board. Liam, ever the joker, said he looked forward to seeing his impossibly handsome face reflected in nature's finest looking glass. Chloe, the pragmatic one, meticulously planned our gear and provisions. Ben, quiet and observant, just nodded, a slight smile on his face, always happy to be surrounded by trees. The drive alone was an odyssey. Paved roads gave way to gravel, then to barely their dirt tracks that tested my old SUV's suspension to its limits. We passed through ghost towns of logging operations, skeletal remains of industry swallowed by the encroaching forest. The trees here were ancient, towering giants that blocked out most of the sun, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The air grew cooler, damper, and the silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of our tires and the occasional distant bird call. Cell service died about 2 hours before we even reached the trailhead. Complete isolation. We finally parked, loaded our packs, and started the hike. It was a good 2-hour trek through dense forest, following what looked like an old game trail. The deeper we went, the more the woods seemed to close in, the trees growing thicker, their branches interlacing overhead like the ribs of some colossal, forgotten beast. The light was dim, dappled, and the air carried the scent of damp earth and pine needles. It was beautiful in a wild, untamed way, but there was also an underlying stillness that felt heavy, almost expectant. We reached the pond late in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. And wow, the descriptions did not lie. Mirror Pond was breathtaking. It was a perfectly circular body of water, maybe 50 yards across, nestled in a natural clearing. The edges were lined with smooth, dark rocks, and the water itself was so still, so utterly motionless, that it perfectly mirrored the sky and the surrounding trees. It was like looking into another dimension, an inverted world of impossible clarity. You could barely tell where the real trees ended and their reflections began. Holy cot. Mark. Liam breathed, his usual boisterousness replaced by genuine awe. You actually found it. Chloe, usually unflappable, just stared, her mouth slightly agape. Even Ben, who rarely showed much overt emotion, had a wide, appreciative grin. We quickly set up camp in a small, flat area a little ways back from the pond's edge, a natural break in the tree line. Tents up, gear unpacked, fire pit cleared. As the last rays of sunlight faded, we got a fire going, its flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the trees. The air grew chilly quickly, and the pond, in the fading light, became a sheet of dark, polished obsidian, reflecting the first stars that began to the sky. That first evening was perfect. We cooked hot dogs and Eskimo-rays, drank a few beers, and told ghost stories the usual campfire fare. Liam, of course, was in his element, embellishing every tale with dramatic flair. Ben, ever the quiet observer, just listened, occasionally tossing a log onto the fire. Chloe and I laughed, enjoying the simple camaraderie. At one point, Liam, after finishing a story about a headless hitchhiker, got up, stretched, and announced, "All right, I gotta go check my hair. Can't be looking disheveled for the forest spirits." He walked over to the pond's edge, bent down, and peered into the dark surface. He splashed a little water on his face, then chuckled. "Hey, did my reflection just blink slower than me?" He mused, half to himself, half to us. He blinked again, exaggeratedly. "Nah, must be the firelight playing tricks. Or I am just tired." He shrugged it off, came back, and sat down. We all just laughed, attributing it to Liam being Liam. Later, I got up to fill my water bottle from the filtered source we would brought, a small stream that fed into the pond. As I walked past the pond's edge, I glanced down at my reflection. It was just a fleeting look, but for a split second, it felt like my reflection was looking at me, not with me. Like its gaze was fixed, unblinking, while my own eyes were still scanning the surroundings. A shiver ran down my spine, a brief prickle of unease. I shook my head, blaming it on the long drive and the eerie quiet of the forest. My imagination was probably just working overtime. I told myself to relax. It was just a pond. We slept well that night, or at least I did. I remember vague, unsettling dreams, but nothing concrete. Just a general sense of unease, like being watched. But that is pretty normal when you are camping in the deep woods. The next morning, the sun filtered through the canopy, painting the clearing in soft, dappled light. We made coffee and breakfast burritos. Ben, I noticed, was unusually quiet. He kept glancing at the pond, his brow furrowed, almost as if he was trying to figure something out. After breakfast, I went to the pond to wash my face, trying to shake off the lingering grogginess. I knelt at the edge, scooped up some cool water, and splashed it on my face. As I looked down, my reflection stared back. Its eyes seemed a little too bright, a little too intense. I blinked. My reflection blinked a fraction of a second later. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. I tried again, focusing. Blink. Delay. Delay. My heart started to thump a little faster. Hey, Liam, I called, my voice a little tighter than I intended. Come here for a second. Liam sauntered over, a smirk on his face. What is up? Mark, found a mermaid in your reflection. Just look, I said, gesturing to the water. Watch my reflection when I blink. Liam peered into the pond. I blinked. He blinked. Dude, you are sleep deprived, he said, laughing. It is just a reflection. It does what you do. He made a silly face, sticking out his tongue and crossing his eyes. His reflection mimicked it perfectly. Then, as Liam's face started to relax back to normal, his reflection held the silly face for a beat longer. Just a beat. But it was enough. Liam's smirk faltered. His eyes widened slightly. Okay, he said, his voice softer. That was weird. He looked at me, then back at the pond, a hint of genuine unease replacing his usual bravado. Chloe, always the voice of reason, walked over. What is going on? She listened to us, then scoffed. It is a trick of the light, or maybe surface tension, or your eyes playing tricks. You guys are freaking yourselves out. She knelt down, her expression one of amused skepticism. She peered into the water. She lifted an eyebrow. Her reflection lifted an eyebrow, but its expression seemed to hold a slight, almost imperceptible smirk, one that Chloe was not making. Chloe frowned. Her reflection's smirk lingered. Then, her reflection's eyes seemed to shift, just a fraction, no longer looking directly at Chloe, but past her, as if observing something behind her. Chloe gasped a sharp intake of breath and stumbled back from the pond's edge, her face pale. All right, she said, her voice strained. That is enough pond gazing for me. This place is giving me the creeps. Ben, who had been watching us silently from a distance, finally spoke. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but it cut through the air like a knife. It is watching us. A cold dread began to settle in my stomach. This was not just imagination. Something was definitely off about this pond. We tried to shake it off. We went for a hike, hoping to distract ourselves, to prove Chloe's theory that we were just getting cabin fever. We walked for hours, deeper into the forest, admiring the towering redwoods, talking about anything but the pond. But even out there, away from the water, the feeling persisted. That heavy, expectant stillness. The sense of being observed. When we finally returned to camp in the late afternoon, the pond was still there, shimmering innocently in the clearing. We tried to avoid looking directly into it, but it was hard. It was the focal point of the campsite, impossible to ignore. Every peripheral glance, every movement at the edge of our vision felt like it was being mirrored, observed. I caught my reflection in the pond out of the corner of my eye. My head was turned, but my reflection's head seemed to be turned slightly more. Following me, its eyes fixed. I quickly looked away, my heart pounding. Liam, usually so boisterous, was subdued. He tried to tell a joke, but his heart was not in it. His laughter sounded forced, brittle. He walked to the edge of the pond, trying to be casual, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. "All right, pond," he challenged, tried to inject some bravado into his voice. "Let us see what else you got." He made a series of exaggerated, goofy faces, daring his reflection to mimic him. His reflection did. Perfectly. But then, as Liam started to relax, a wide, unnatural grin spread across his reflection's face. It was too wide, too sharp, showing more teeth than Liam actually possessed. The eyes in the reflection were dark, almost black, and devoid of any humor. It was a predatory, malevolent grin. Liam froze, his own forced laughter dying in his throat, replaced by a choked gasp. He stumbled back, tripping over a root, falling hard onto his backside. "Holy SHD," he whispered, his face ashen, eyes wide with terror. "Did you guys see that?" Chloe and I had seen it. The blood drained from my face. Chloe was visibly shaking. "We need to leave," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Now, I do not care if it is dark. We need to go." The logical part of my brain, the part that still clung to reason, fought against the rising panic. Driving those treacherous roads in the dark through a forest where self-service was non-existent was a recipe for disaster. What if we broke down? What if we got lost? It was a 4-hour drive back to civilization minimum. "No," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It is too risky to drive in the dark. We will wait until morning. We will pack up everything tonight, get a few hours of sleep, and leave at first light. We will stick together." It was a terrible compromise, born of fear and a desperate attempt to cling to some semblance of safety. We knew, deep down, that every minute we stayed here was a minute too long. We huddled back around the campfire, but the fire offered no comfort. The darkness beyond the flickering light felt alive, watchful. The whispers started then, faint at first, like the rustling of leaves or the gentle lapping of water. But they were not leaves, and the pond was utterly still. No, these were voices, distorted, watery, calling our names. Liam, Chloe, Mark. They were barely audible, just on the edge of hearing, but they were there. Ben, who had been quiet all day, was now openly terrified. He kept glancing at the pond, then quickly looking away, his eyes darting around the campsite. He wrapped his arms around himself, shivering despite the warmth of the fire. I had to pee. Nature calls, even when you are terrified. I grabbed my headlamp and walked a little ways into the trees, try to put as much distance between myself and the pond as possible, even for a few seconds. As I relieved myself, I caught my reflection in a small puddle on the forest floor. It was smiling, a wide, knowing smile, the same malevolent grin I would seen on Liam's reflection. I gasped, stumbling back, and kicked at the puddle, scattering the image into 1,000 ripples. I practically ran back to the campfire, my heart hammering against my ribs. Did anyone else hear that? I whispered, my voice hoarse. Liam and Chloe nodded, their faces pale in the firelight. Ben was just staring at the pond again, his eyes wide and unblinking. Liam, ever the one to try and lighten the mood, even when his own fear was palpable, forced a laugh. All right, enough of this spooky stuff. Let us talk about something normal. Sports, politics, whatever. He was halfway through a joke about his terrible fantasy football team when he glanced at the pond again. His laughter died in his throat, his eyes fixed on the dark surface. There, just barely visible in the dim light reflecting from the fire, was his reflection. Its mouth was open, not in a laugh, but in a silent, impossibly wide scream. Its eyes were black pits, devoid of any light or life. It was a grotesque parody of Liam, frozen in a silent rictus of horror. Liam froze, too, his own laughter dying in his throat. He just stared, utterly mesmerized, utterly terrified. Then, with a sickening splash, he was gone. Liam. Chloe screamed, a raw, animal sound that tore through the night. We scrambled to our feet, grabbing our flashlights, and rushed to the pond's edge. Liam's backpack lay discarded on the bank, a few feet from where he had been sitting. The water, after a brief ripple, was once again perfectly still, reflecting the stars with chilling serenity. No sign of him. I shone my flashlight across the surface, frantically scanning. For a split second, I saw it. Ben's reflection, looking back at us from the water. His face was contorted in pure, unadulterated terror, his mouth open in a silent scream. It was a fleeting image, a flash of horror, and then it was gone, swallowed by the dark water. Chloe was hysterical, sobbing uncontrollably. He is gone. Ben's gone too. Oh God, we have to go. My mind was reeling, a jumble of panic and disbelief. Ben, Liam, gone. Pulled into the pond by what? Reflections. It was insane. It was impossible. But I had seen it. We had all seen it. The car. I yelled, grabbing Chloe's arm, trying to snap her out of her terror. We have to get to the car. We stumbled and scrambled through the darkness towards my SUV, our flashlights bouncing wildly, illuminating patches of roots and bushes. The whispers were louder now, more insistent, calling our names, intertwining with Chloe's choke sobs. Mark. Chloe. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. I turned it. Nothing. A sickening click, then silence. I tried again. Dead. The battery was completely dead. Or, more likely, something else was at play. We were trapped. Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating grip. We were stranded miles from anywhere, with something malevolent in the water, something that had already taken 2 of my friends. Chloe was a mess, slumped against the side of the car, hyperventilating. The whispers from the pond intensified, now clearly calling our names, some of them even sounding like Liam's voice, distorted and watery. Liam. Chloe. Mark. Liam. My mind flashed to his face, his silly jokes, his infectious laugh. My anger, fueled by terror and grief, flared. I could not just stand there. I could not just wait for it to come for us. No. I roared, a primal sound torn from my throat. I grabbed a large, fallen branch, thick as my arm, that lay near the car. I am not letting it take us. I am going to smash that damn pond. Chloe screamed my name, trying to grab me, but I shook her off. I ran, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate, futile rage, towards the pond's edge. I raised the branch high above my head, intent on shattering the dark surface, on breaking whatever spell it held. As I brought the branch down, my reflection rose from the water. It was not just an image anymore. It was like a watery double, shimmering, almost solid, coalescing from the dark surface. It mirrored my stance, the branch raised, but its eyes were alight with malevolent glee. It was grinning, a wide, predatory smile, its teeth sharp and unnatural. I screamed, dropping the branch. My reflection lunged, its watery hand shooting out, surprisingly solid, and grabbed my arm. Its grip was impossibly strong, freezing cold, like plunging my limb into liquid ice. It started to pull. Mark. Chloe shrieked, rushing forward. She grabbed my other arm, digging her heels into the dirt, trying to pull me back. She kicked at my reflection, her foot passing through it like water, but the entity did not even flinch. It just pulled harder. It is pulling me. I yelled, my voice raw. It is so cold. My reflection's grin widened, its eyes burning into mine. It gave a final, powerful tug. I felt myself slipping, my feet losing purchase. Chloe screamed, her grip failing. I looked at her, a silent apology in my eyes. Then, with a sickening gurgle, I was pulled under. The water closed over my head, icy cold, the whispers echoing in my ears, suddenly clear and triumphant. No, wait, I was not pulled under. It was Liam. It was Liam's reflection. It was not my reflection that had grabbed me. It was Liam's reflection, which had risen from the pond, a shimmering, watery duplicate of my friend, but with those black, malevolent eyes and that predatory grin. It had pulled him under. I had seen it wrong in my panic. Liam, in his own desperate attempt to fight back, had been pulled in. My mind had twisted the image, making me the victim in that split second of terror. Liam struggled, screaming. It is pulling me. It is so cold. His reflection smiled, then pulled him under with a final, sickening gurgle. The water rippled, then settled. Liam was gone. Chloe collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. I was frozen, staring at the spot where Liam disappeared. Then, Liam's reflection appeared on the surface again, looking at us. But this was not the terrified Ben reflection. This was the grinning, malevolent entity. It waved, slowly, mockingly, its eyes fixed on Chloe and me. My blood ran cold. This was not just a pond. It was a predator. I grabbed Chloe, pulling her up, dragging her away from the pond. We have to go. Now. I screamed, my voice hoarse. She was limp with terror, but I pulled her, half carrying her, away from the water into the dark, unforgiving woods. We stumbled through the trees, blindly, not caring which direction we went, just away from that shimmering, hungry surface. The whispers. The jungle was a clawing, suffocating nightmare. Every rustle of leaves was a whisper of pursuit. Every snapping twig, the footfall of the colossal hunter. My lungs burned, throat raw, each breath a painful rasp against the humid air. The images from the Bone Grove were seared into my mind. Ben's jacket, Liam's camera, Eleanor gone. The sickening thump, thump, thump of the creature's gait echoed in my ears, a phantom beat that synchronized with my frantic, exhausted heart. I was Alex, and I was alone, a small, fragile thing lost in a world that had suddenly revealed its true, monstrous face. I did not know how long I would have been running. Hours, maybe a full day, since I would clawed my way out of that pile of bones. The metallic stench of ancient decay still clinging to my clothes, my skin, my very soul. The sun, when it broke through the dense canopy, felt like a cruel mockery, illuminating a path to nowhere, a path that only led deeper into this green hell. My legs ached, muscles screaming in protest. Every step was a battle against the crushing fatigue and the overwhelming terror that gnawed at my sanity. My supplies were gone, lost in the chaotic flight. My water bottle, my meager rations, all sacrifices to the need for speed. Thirst was a constant companion, a dry, rasping burn that made swallowing a chore. Hunger was a dull ache, a hollow space in my gut that reminded me of my vulnerability. I clutched the broken handle of what used to be my machete, a pathetic shard of metal that offered no real protection, only a false sense of security. It was all I had left of a life I would known, a life that had ended somewhere back in that charnel house, swallowed by the C.H. Kathak City and its monstrous inhabitant. The jungle pressed in a wall of vibrant, hostile life. Vines thick as my arms snaked across the path, threatening to trip me. Insects buzzed, a constant, irritating symphony. The air was heavy, humid, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation. My clothes, torn and stained, clung to my sweat-soaked skin. I pushed on, driven by an instinct more primal than thought, a desperate need to put distance between myself and the nightmares I would left behind. As dusk began to paint the sky in bruised purples and oranges, a familiar dread settled over me. Night was when the jungle truly came alive, when the shadows deepened and the unseen horrors stirred. Night was when the thump, thump, thump felt closer, when the thought of the hunter's foul breath sniffing the air above me became a tangible presence. I needed shelter. something, anything, that offered a semblance of safety. And then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. It stood like a skeletal sentinel against the dying light, a gaunt, forgotten titan reaching for the sky. A fire watchtower. My breath hitched. It was a miracle, a ghost from a different world, a relic of human presence in this primeval wilderness. Hope, a fragile, dangerous thing, flickered within me. My legs, which had been threatening to give out, found a renewed surge of energy. I pushed through the last tangle of undergrowth, my eyes fixed on the tower. It was a monstrosity of rust and decay. The metal frame, once painted a bright, reassuring red, was now a mottled patchwork of deep orange and brown, weeping streaks of rust down its supports. The wooden stairs, spiraling up its immense height, were splintered and rotted, many missing entirely, leaving gaping holes that promised a swift, bone-breaking fall. The cab at the top, a small box-like structure, sagged precariously, its windows mostly shattered, gaping like empty eye sockets. Vines, thick as pythons, had claimed it, wrapping around the supports, pulling at the rotting wood, slowly reclaiming it for the jungle. It looked ancient, abandoned for decades, perhaps even a century. Yet it was a structure, a man-made thing, a testament to a time when humans had ventured into this place, tried to tame it, or at least watch over it. Maybe, just maybe, it offered a brief respite from the relentless, living horror of the jungle. I approached with caution, every instinct screaming at me to be wary. This place, this entire jungle, had taught me that nothing was as it seemed. Sanctuary was an illusion, and safety a lie. But the alternative was to spend another night exposed on the jungle floor, waiting for the thump, thump, thump to find me. The tower, for all its decay, was high. A vantage point. A place where I could see what was coming. The base of the tower was overgrown, swallowed by ferns and thorny bushes. The ground beneath my feet felt strangely soft, almost spongy. I pushed aside a thick curtain of vines, revealing the first few steps of the staircase. They groaned under my weight, protesting the intrusion. The metal supports, though rusty, still felt solid enough. I tested each step carefully, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The climb was agonizing. Each step was a gamble. Some planks crumbled to dust under my boots, sending rotten wood chips showering down into the undergrowth. Others held, groaning and creaking like an old ship in a storm. I clung to the rusted handrails, my hands quickly becoming coated in a fine, reddish-brown powder that smelled of metallic decay. The air grew cooler as I ascended, a faint breeze rustling through the broken framework. Higher and higher I went, the jungle canopy slowly receding beneath me, transforming into a vast, undulating sea of green. The silence grew with the altitude, broken only by the creaks of the tower and the occasional distant squawk of a bird. The sounds of the jungle floor, the buzzing insects, the unseen creatures rustling in the undergrowth, faded into a soft, indistinct murmur. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the top. The cab, battered and broken, loomed before me. The door, or what was left of it, hung askew on a single rusted hinge, swinging gently in the breeze. I pushed it open with my foot, sending a shower of splintered wood and dry leaves skittering across the floor. Inside, the cab was a wreck. Dust, thick and ancient, coated every surface. The floorboards were rotten in places, exposing glimpses of the dizzying drop below. The windows, mostly gone, offered panoramic views of the endless jungle, stretching to the horizon in every direction. A single rusted chair, its seat long since rotted away, sat in the center, facing a console that was nothing more than a corroded shell of dials and levers. Everything smelled of damp, decay, and the metallic tang of old rust. It was empty, utterly, completely empty. No signs of recent human activity. No discarded rations. No fresh footprints in the dust. It had been abandoned for a very, very long time. Despite the desolation, a flicker of relief warmed me. I was high above the ground. I had a relatively enclosed space, however broken. I could see for miles. For now, it was a sanctuary. I found a relatively solid corner, away from the drafts of the broken windows, and slumped to the floor. The last slivers of daylight were fading, painting the jungle below in deepening shades of indigo and black. The silence up here was profound, almost oppressive. It was a different kind of horror than the screaming jungle below, a quiet, isolating dread that settled deep in my bones. I tried to rest, but sleep was a luxury I could not afford. My mind raced, replaying the horrors of the Bone Grove, the faces of Ben, Liam, Eleanor. Their screams still echoed in the chambers of my memory. The thump, thump, thump was a persistent drum-in, the background of my thoughts. I huddled in the corner, clutching my broken machete, my eyes scanning the encroaching darkness. As the last light bled from the sky, an absolute blackness descended. The jungle below became an indistinguishable mass, a void punctuated by the faint, distant calls of unseen creatures. The wind whistled through the broken windows, a mournful, lonely sound. I shivered, not just from the cold, but from the profound isolation. And then it happened. A light. It was not a distant star or a fire on the horizon. It emanated from within the tower itself. A soft, pulsing glow, a sickly, pale blue, began to seep from the console in the center of the cab. My heart leaped into my throat, hammering against my ribs. I stared, wide-eyed, disbelieving. The console, which I had dismissed as a rusted, dead piece of equipment, was now alive. The light was not bright, not at first. It was a faint, ethereal luminescence, like foxfire on a rotting log, but with a cold, unnatural quality. It pulsed, slow and rhythmic, like a dying heartbeat. Thump, 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 no, not the hunter's beat. This was different, slower, more insidious. I scrambled back further into my corner, pressing myself against the wall, trying to become invisible. My mind raced, desperate for an explanation. A faulty battery, old wiring shorting out. But the tower was ancient, abandoned. There was no power source, no generator. And that color, that unnatural cold blue. The pulsing intensified, growing brighter. The pale blue light began to fill the cab, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters on the walls. It illuminated the dust, motes dancing in the air, the spiderwebs draped like shrouds, the rotting wood and rusted metal, all in an eerie, otherworldly glow. I could see my breath in the cold light. It was not just the light that was cold, the temperature in the cab seemed to drop perceptibly. A chill, bone deep, seeped into me. I forced myself to move, to crawl towards a shattered window, peering out into the night. The light from the cab spilled out, a beacon in the absolute darkness of the jungle. It cast long, wavering blue shadows of the tower's frame onto the canopy below. But there was nothing out there. No figures moving, no other lights, no sign of anyone or anything that could have activated this. The light pulsed, thump, 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 a slow, deliberate rhythm that was beginning to seep into my very bones. It was not the hunter's beat, but it was a beat. A living, breathing rhythm that resonated with something ancient and wrong. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my sanity. I was alone. There was no one here. I had confirmed it. I had searched the cab, found it empty. Yet the light was on, and it was getting brighter. I looked back at the console. The light was not coming from a bulb or a screen. It seemed to emanate directly from the corroded metal, seeping out from cracks and fissures, as if the entire console was slowly, internally combusting with this cold, blue energy. The air around it shimmered faintly. A low hum began to accompany the pulsing light, a deep, resonant vibration that I felt more than heard, a thrumming in my teeth and the soles of my feet. It grew slowly, steadily, until the entire cab seemed to vibrate with it. The old metal structure groaned and creaked. But these were different sounds now, not just the wind or the settling of old wood. but a sympathetic vibration, as if the tower itself was responding to the hum. I felt a primal urge to scream, to run, to throw myself from the tower and face the horrors of the jungle floor rather than endure this. But I was frozen, paralyzed by a terror that was entirely new, entirely different from the fear of the hunter. This was a fear of the unknown, of something deeply unnatural and utterly inexplicable. The light reached its peak intensity, bathing the entire cab in a blinding, icy blue. The hum was a roaring drone now, vibrating through my entire body, making my vision blur. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, but the hum resonated inside my head, a pressure building behind my eyes. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The light flickered, dimmed, and then winked out completely. The hum faded to silence. The profound darkness returned, absolute and suffocating. I gasped, my breath catching in my throat, my body trembling uncontrollably. My eyes, still seeing phantom blue afterimages, slowly adjusted to the black. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise, a stark, sudden void. I stayed huddled in my corner, listening, straining my ears for any sound, any movement. Nothing. Only the wind whistling through the broken windows and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I did not sleep that night. I watched the blackness, my mind racing, trying to find an explanation, any explanation, for what I had just witnessed. A trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and trauma. But it had been too real, too tangible. The cold, the hum, the sheer, undeniable presence of that pulsing blue light. When the first slivers of dawn finally appeared on the horizon, painting the sky in soft grays and pinks, I felt a surge of desperate relief. The light, however gentle, seemed to push back the terror of the night. I could see the jungle again, a vast, green expanse stretching beneath me. The tower, in the harsh light of day, looked just as decayed and abandoned as before. The console was a rusted, dead thing once more. I spent the next day in a state of hypervigilance, my nerves frayed, my body aching. I cautiously explored the cab again, running my hands over the console, searching for any hidden wires, any signs of a power source. Nothing. It was just corroded metal and ancient dust. I peered down the length of the tower, scanning the ground below, looking for any tracks, any evidence of human presence. The undergrowth was undisturbed, a thick, impenetrable wall of green. The sun climbed high, baking the jungle in oppressive heat. I was parched, my hunger a dull, constant ache. The thought of descending the tower, of re-entering the jungle to search for water, was terrifying. But the thought of another night in the tower, another encounter with that inexplicable light, was equally horrifying. As afternoon wore on, a new, insidious fear began to creep in. I started to notice things. Small things at first. The way the dust on the floor seemed to shift ever so slightly when there was no breeze. The faint, almost imperceptible creak of a floorboard, not under my weight, but from somewhere else in the cab. The feeling of being watched, a persistent prickle on the back of my neck, even though I was alone, high above the world. My mind, already fragile from the horrors of the Kathak city, began to unravel. Was I going insane? Was this a side effect of the trauma, the exhaustion, the starvation? Or was there something else, something unseen, lurking in the decay of the tower, something that only revealed itself when the light came on? As dusk approached, a new wave of dread washed over me. The light would return. I knew it. And this time, I would not be caught off guard. I decided I would watch it. I would try to understand. Or, at least, I would try to stay sane. I positioned myself near a shattered window, my eyes fixed on the console, my heart a leaden weight in my chest. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a bloody canvas of reds and purples. The jungle below faded into shadow. The air grew cold. And then the light. It started exactly as before, a faint, pulsing blue emanating from the console. But this time it was different. It seemed to come on faster, to grow in intensity more quickly. The hum, when it began, was deeper, more resonant. I watched, mesmerized and terrified, as the cab was once again bathed in the cold, unearthly glow. The shadows danced, longer and more distorted than the night before. The hum vibrated through my teeth, my bones. But this time, I noticed something new. As the light reached its peak, I saw faint, almost transparent distortions in the air around the console. Like heat haze, but without the heat. No, it was more like something was there, something invisible, bending the light around it. I squinted, trying to focus, trying to make sense of the shimmering air. And then, I saw it. Or rather, I felt it. A pressure, a presence, coalescing in the center of the cab, around the console, within the blue light. It was not a physical form, not a shape I could define, but an absence of space, a displacement. It was like looking at a heat haze, but knowing that the heat itself was malevolent. The thump, thump, thump rhythm of the light intensified, quickening, becoming more insistent. It was no longer just a pulse, it was a beat, a drum. And it was calling. Calling to what? My blood ran cold. The hunter. The Kathak City. Was this tower a beacon? A lure? Was it drawing it here? A new sound joined the hum, faint at first, then growing louder, a dry, rasping whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was not words, not in any language I knew, but a guttural, sibilant hiss, like countless insects rubbing their legs together, or dry leaves skittering across stone. It was ancient, alien, and utterly terrifying. The pressure in the cab grew immense, as if an invisible weight was pressing down on me. I felt a crushing sense of despair, of utter insignificance. This was not just a light. This was a presence. And it was communicating. Or perhaps it was simply being. I looked out the shattered window again, my heart hammering. The blue light from the cab was a stark, unholy beacon in the dark jungle. And then, far off in the distance, a flicker, a movement, a shadow, immense and dark, moving through the canopy. My breath hitched. No, it could not be. The thump, thump, thump from the console quickened, almost frantic now, a rapid, insistent beat. The whispering hiss grew louder, coalescing into a single, piercing shriek that resonated through the tower, through my very bones. And then, I saw it again, closer this time, a colossal silhouette against the distant, moonless sky. The hunter. It was moving towards the tower, drawn by the light. The tower was not a sanctuary. It was a trap, a lure, a beacon for the very thing I was running from. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The Kathak City was not just a place, it was a network, an ancient, malevolent intelligence that permeated this entire jungle. And this tower, this forgotten relic, was a part of it. A dark lighthouse, guiding the predator to its prey. I did not hesitate. Survival instinct, raw and primal, kicked in. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the screaming pain in my muscles, the exhaustion that threatened to consume me. I had to get out. Now, I threw myself at the broken door, nearly tearing it from its last hinge. The wind howled around me, carrying the increasingly loud thump, thump, thump from the jungle below. The hunter was close, too close. The descent was a blur of terror and instinct. I did not care about broken steps or rusted handrails. I half climbed, half slid down the rickety stairs, my hands tearing, splinters digging into my flesh. Each step was a plunge into the unknown, a desperate gamble against gravity and decay. The blue light from the cab above me cast my frantic descent in eerie, flickering shadows, making the gaps in the stairs seem like bottomless pits. The whispering hiss from the console seemed to follow me, growing louder, more insistent, as if whatever intelligence resided in the tower was enraged by my escape. The thump, thump, thump of the hunter was now a resonant vibration in the very ground beneath me, a deep, earth-shaking rhythm that was no longer distant, but terrifyingly close. I hit the jungle floor with a thud, stumbling, my legs giving out beneath me. I did not stop. I crawled, then scrambled to my feet, pushing through the dense undergrowth, not caring about the thorns or the stinging insects. My lungs burned, my throat was raw, but I pushed on, adrenaline coursing through my veins, a desperate fire. I glanced back just once. The tower stood silhouetted against the dark sky, its upper cab glowing with that unholy, pulsing blue light, a beacon of malevolence. And there, at its base, a colossal shadow detached itself from the surrounding jungle, moving with a ponderous, deliberate grace. The hunter. It had arrived. The thump, thump, thump was deafening now, reverberating through the very earth. It was feasting, or preparing to. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to run. I had to put as much distance as possible between myself and that glowing, monstrous tower, between myself and the colossal predator it had summoned. The jungle was no longer just a place of natural dangers, it was a vast, interconnected web of ancient, unspeakable horrors. The CH Kathak city was everywhere. Its influence permeated everything. I was out but not safe. The tower had shown me that. I was still Alex, alone and hunted, but now I carried the knowledge of a deeper, more pervasive horror. The light in the forgotten Firewatch Tower was not a signal of hope, it was a death knell, a silent, ancient call to the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of perception. And I, Alex, was still its next target. My nightmare had only just begun. It has been I do not even know how long it has been since I stumbled back through that impossibly dark door. 5 years, the phone had screamed at me, a digital accusation of lost time. 5 years that felt like 5 eternities in that place where sensation died and impossible colors writhed. My body, once a capable tool for navigating the wild, was a stranger to me now gaunt, perpetually cold, a vessel that had been emptied and imperfectly refilled. My clothes, the ones I wore when I returned, were long gone, replaced by whatever charity and the desperate goodwill of a family who barely recognized me could provide. They saw a ghost, a gaunt, mumbling wreck. They were right. I was a ghost. The world, the real world, felt thin, translucent, like a veil stretched over something vast and terrifying. I saw it in the shimmer of heat-off asphalt, in the way shadows sometimes seem to deepen into absolute, hungry black, in the fleeting, impossible colors that bled into the edges of my vision when I was tired or scared or simply existing. The void was a constant presence, a cold hand on my soul, a terrifying whisper that never truly faded. It wanted me back. I knew it. Every fiber of my being, every frayed nerve ending, felt its pull. My cabin, my sanctuary, was gone, sold off after I was declared legally dead. My family, what little remained, treated me with a mixture of pity and fear, their eyes holding the unspoken question, what happened to you? A question I could not answer, not truthfully. How do you explain an infinite, silent void? How do you explain a locket floating in nothingness, a chilling souvenir of another lost soul? They tried to help. They really did. Therapists, medication, gentle suggestions of institutional care. But how do you treat a mind that has glimpsed beyond the curtain of reality? I could not stay. The city, the suburbs, the incessant noise of human life, it was all too much, too loud, too real in a way that felt fake. I yearned for the quiet, for the deep, indifferent embrace of the forest. Not the forest, not the one that held that oak. Never that one again, if I could help it. But a forest. A place where the world felt less like a fragile illusion, where the air was clean, and the trees held ancient secrets that did not involve dissolving identities. I packed a small backpack, just the essentials. A tent, a sleeping bag, some dried food, a map, a compass. My old camera, The one I would manage to salvage from a pawn shop after selling off some of the few remaining possessions I had that had not been liquidated. It felt like a betrayal to my former self, but I needed the money. Photography, my passion, now felt like a hollow echo, but it was all I had left of the man I used to be. The man who had been Alex. I chose a different national forest, hundreds of miles away from the one that had swallowed 5 years of my life. This one was known for its rugged terrain, its dense, old-growth sections, and its relative lack of human traffic. It was supposed to be a place of healing, a place where I could try to piece together the fragments of my mind, or at least exist without the constant pressure of a society that did not understand me. The first few days were peaceful, in a twisted sort of way. The familiar scent of pine needles, damp earth, and decaying leaves was a comfort. The rustle of wind through the canopy, the distant call of a hawk, these were the sounds of life, of normal life. I hiked deep, further and further from the marked trails, seeking the untouched corners, the places where humanity's footprint was minimal. It was a compulsion, a need to escape, to lose myself in the wilderness before the wilderness decided to lose me. Then I found it. Or rather, it found me. I was trekking through a particularly dense section, the canopy so thick that the afternoon sun struggled to penetrate, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. I would have been following a dry creek bed, hoping it would lead me to a higher ridge with a good vantage point. But the creek bed seemed to go on, twisting and turning, deeper into the forest than I would anticipated. That is when I noticed the sky. It was not gradually darkening as twilight approached. It was different. I looked up, expecting to see the usual patchwork of leaves and branches against a hazy blue or an approaching gray. Instead, there was nothing, just an absolute, profound blackness. Not the blackness of night, because it was still undeniably daytime on my watch, and the filtered light around me, though dim, was present. This was a blackness that absorbed light, a void above the trees. No stars, no moon, no hint of distant sunlight. Just a featureless, infinite dark. My breath hitched in my throat. My heart, already a jittery thing, began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was wrong. Terribly, fundamentally wrong. It was a blackness that felt familiar in the most terrifying way. A cousin to the void I had escaped. I consulted my compass. It spun wildly for a moment, then settled, but its reading fell off. My map, a detailed topographical one, showed nothing remarkable about this area. Just more forest. I tried to dismiss it, to rationalize. Maybe it was an optical illusion, a trick of a light and the dense canopy. Maybe a freak weather phenomenon, an isolated, incredibly dark cloud layer that defied logic. But deep down, I knew this was something else. I decided to turn back. Immediately, the rational part of my brain, the part that had not been completely eroded by cosmic horror, screamed at me to get out. But as I turned, the trees seemed to close in, their trunks growing thicker, their branches weaving a tighter, more impenetrable ceiling. The path I had just taken, the dry creek bed, seemed to vanish, replaced by a uniform, undulating forest floor. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prick at my edges. I tried to retrace my steps, pushing through undergrowth that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. The air grew still, heavy, and strangely cold, despite the lack of direct sunlight. No bird sang. No wind rustled the leaves. An oppressive silence descended, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart and the ragged sound of my breathing. I walked for what felt like hours, trying to find a discernible landmark, any sign of the world I knew. But everything looked the same. The same ancient, moss-covered trees, the same tangled undergrowth, the same unervingly black sky above. I checked my watch. It still read early afternoon, but the light around me was fading, deepening into a perpetual dusk. Or was it just my eyes adjusting to the overwhelming absence of light from above? I decided to make camp against my better judgment. Pushing forward in this disorienting environment felt like a recipe for disaster. I found a relatively clear patch of ground beneath a cluster of towering, ancient pines. Setting up my small tent was a mechanical act, my hands trembling slightly. I tried to start a fire, but the wood, though seemingly dry, refused to catch properly, only smoldering and sputtering, throwing off an anemic amount of heat and light. The darkness seemed to swallow even that. Sleep did not come easily. Every rustle, every imagined snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept looking up through the small mesh window of my tent. The blackness was absolute, terrifying in its uniformity. It felt like a lid pressed down on the world. When I woke, or thought I woke, the light outside my tent was exactly the same. The perpetual dusk. My watch still read the same time early afternoon. Had I slept at all? Or had time itself become distorted again? My head ached, a dull throb behind my eyes. I felt a strange sense of detachment, as if I were observing myself from a distance. I packed up quickly, a growing sense of urgency propelling me. I had to get out. I just had to. I pulled out my map again, trying to orient myself. Where was north? The compass was still unreliable, swinging erratically. I tried to recall the direction I would have been heading when I first noticed the sky. East, I thought. Or was it west? A flicker of doubt, a momentary blankness in my memory. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Alex, focus. You are a seasoned woodsman. You know this. But did I? The thought felt alien, foreign. I started walking, choosing an arbitrary direction, hoping it would lead me out. The trees were magnificent here, ancient and gnarled, their bark thick with moss and lichen. They towered over me, their branches forming an intricate, dark lattice against the black sky. It was beautiful in a haunting, oppressive way. As I walked, a peculiar sensation began to creep over me. A lightness, a fogginess in my mind. I found myself pausing, staring at a patch of particularly vibrant green moss, and wondering why I was here. What was I doing? My purpose, my mission to escape, seemed to slip through my fingers like sand. I remembered the void. I remembered the door. I remembered the 5 years. But the details were blurring, becoming indistinct. My family, what were their names again? My sister, Sarah. My brother, Mark. Right, Sarah and Mark. I repeated them aloud, trying to cement them in my mind. The sound of my voice was swallowed by the oppressive silence. The hunger and thirst were becoming background noise. My body felt less real, like a dream. I stumbled, catching myself on a rough tree trunk. The bark felt strangely smooth, almost polished, beneath my trembling fingers. I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. The screen glowed, a small, fragile beacon in the gloom. I looked at the date. It was the same date as when I entered. Or was it? I could not quite remember what the date was before I entered. A cold dread seeped into my bones. This was not just physical disorientation. This was something else. I tried to recall my home, my old cabin, the one that was gone. What did it look like? I could picture the rough hewn logs, the stone fireplace, the porch swing. But the details were fuzzy, like an old photograph fading in the sun. The memories felt distant, like someone else's. I sat down, leaning against a tree, trying to force myself to remember. My name is Alex. I am a photographer. I found a door in an ancient oak. I lost 5 years. I was a ghost. I tried to repeat these facts, to ground myself. But the words felt hollow, like sounds without meaning. The forest around me seemed to shift subtly. The trees were not just trees anymore. They were watchful, silent sentinels, their dark forms blending into the black sky. I felt eyes on me, though I saw nothing. Just the endless, uniform trunks, stretching into the gloom. I spent what I assume was another day, or perhaps a week, wandering. Time had ceased to have any real meaning. My watch still read early afternoon, always. The light remained the same oppressive twilight. My food supplies were dwindling, but the hunger was less acute now. A dull ache easily ignored. The memories continued to fray. Sarah and Mark. The names were still there, but the faces, they were becoming blurry. Generic. I could not recall their voices, their laughter, the way they looked at me with pity and fear. The emotional connection was fading. They were just names, labels attached to increasingly vague concepts. The void, the door, the experience that had shattered my life. Even that was losing its terrifying edge. It was becoming a story I had heard, a legend, not something I had lived. The impossible colors, the echoes at the edge of reality, they were still there, but they seemed less like a symptom of my fractured mind and more like a natural part of this place. The world was thin here. The veil was almost gone. One morning, or what I perceived as morning, I woke up feeling different, lighter. A strange sense of peace had settled over me, replacing the gnawing fear. I looked at my tent, my backpack, my camera. They felt like foreign objects, tools for a purpose I could not quite recall. Why had I brought them? What was their significance? I stood up, stretching my stiff limbs. The forest was beautiful, truly. The light filtering through the canopy, the rich greens and browns, the texture of the bark, it was all so vivid, so immediate. The black sky above was no longer terrifying, but simply there. A natural ceiling to this magnificent, boundless cathedral of trees. I started walking again, not with purpose, but with a sense of aimless contentment. I did not know where I was going, or why, and it did not matter. There was no outside world to return to. The concept itself felt absurd. Why would I want to leave this place? This was home. This was everything. I stopped by a clear, still pool of water, its surface reflecting the dark sky like a polished obsidian mirror. I knelt, cupping my hands to drink. The water was cool, refreshing, tasteless. As I drank, I caught my reflection. A gaunt face stared back at me. Sunken eyes, framed by tangled, dirty hair and a scraggly beard. Who was this man? He looked familiar, yet utterly unknown. His clothes were tattered, threadbare, clinging to a bony frame. A ghost, yes. But whose ghost? I touched my face. The skin was rough, dry. I felt no connection to this stranger in the water. No memory of his past, his struggles, his name. Alex. The name drifted into my mind, a faint echo from a distant, forgotten dream. It held no meaning. I stood up, leaving the reflection behind. The forest beckoned. Deeper. Always deeper. There were so many trees, so much to see, to experience. And no need to remember. No need to carry the burden of a past that no longer existed. I wandered for what could have been days, or weeks, or years. Time was a concept that had shed itself like an old skin. The forest provided. Berries, roots, the occasional small animal I managed to catch with my bare hands. My body, though withered, seemed to sustain itself on surprisingly little. The camera, my old companion, lay discarded somewhere. I could not remember where or what it was for. The backpack, too, had been left behind. Possessions were meaningless. There was only the forest and the black, starless sky. Sometimes, in what might have been moments of fleeting clarity, a strange, impossible color would bloom at the edge of my vision. A vibrant electric blue or a pulsating violet, unlike anything found in nature. It would be accompanied by a faint, cold whisper, a phantom touch of absolute emptiness. The void. But even that was losing its power. It was just another sensation, another part of the tapestry of this endless, beautiful, silent forest. I was no longer Alex. I was no one, just a being moving through the trees, a part of the forest now. My steps were light, my mind empty. The world outside, the one with cities and families and time, was a distant, meaningless whisper, a dream I had never truly dreamt. My identity had dissolved, not in the screaming chaos of an infinite void, but in the gentle, pervasive silence of a forest without stars. I sometimes saw other things, flickering shapes in the periphery, quick movements that were not quite animal. Sometimes I would come across remnants of other travelers, a rusted compass, its needle frozen, a tattered piece of cloth, once vibrant, now faded into the greens and browns of the forest floor, a small silver locket, glinting dully amongst the leaves. I would pick them up, examine them with a detached curiosity, then drop them, their purpose and origin utterly lost to me. They were just objects, like the rocks and the leaves and the moss. I was content. There was no fear, no anxiety, no longing. There was just the present moment, the rustle of leaves underfoot, the cool, still air, and the infinite, comforting blackness above. I was free, free from the burden of memory, from the pain of loss, from the terror of the void. This forest, this place where the sky swallowed all light, had taken everything from me. My post, my identity, my farai self. But in doing so, it had also taken away the suffering. I was one with the trees, a silent wanderer in a timeless, starless world. And as I walked, my footsteps leaving no lasting impression on the soft earth, I knew, with a certainty that transcended thought, that I would never leave. There was nowhere else to go. There was nothing else to be. I was the ghost of a memory, lost forever in the forest, without stars. And I was finally, utterly at peace. All right, so you know how sometimes life just hits you, like a brick to the face, repeatedly, until you are just a dazed, sputtering mess trying to figure out which way is up. That was me, about 6 months ago. My long-term girlfriend dumped me for some dude she met at a yoga retreat classic, right? And then, to really twist the knife, my company decided to downsize, and my name was on the list. Just like that. I was jobless, heartbroken, and staring down the barrel of a lease I could not afford. I needed to get away, not just for a weekend, but for a solid chunk of time, somewhere I could lick my wounds and figure out what the hell I was going to do next. My savings were not exactly overflowing, so I started looking for the cheapest, most remote places I could find. That is how I stumbled upon the ad. It was on some obscure vacation rental site, buried deep. Rustic cabin retreat, secluded, woods, unbeatable price. The photos were, well, they were grainy, like they would been taken with a flip phone from 2005. One shot showed a small, squat log cabin, nestled amongst a dense stand of pines. Another showed a rather bleak-looking kitchen. The interior shots were dark, almost shadowy, but the price, man, the price was ridiculously low. Like, suspiciously low. A full month for what I would normally pay for a week at a decent motel. My gut, the little voice that usually keeps me out of trouble, was screaming. It was saying, "Alex, this is a terrible idea. This place probably has black mold, no running water, and a serial killer for a landlord." But my other voice, the one that was tired and desperate and just wanted to escape, was louder. It said, "Who cares? It is cheap, it is isolated, and it is better than staring at the same four walls and feeling sorry for yourself." So, against all better judgment, I booked it. The owner, a guy named Silas, was a man of few words, which I appreciated at the time. All communication was via email, short and to the point. He sent me directions that were less directions and more a series of ominous landmarks. Turn left at the old oak with a lightning scar. Drive until the road ends. Cabin is behind the stand of birches. No address, no GPS coordinates. Just that. The drive was long, about 6 hours north of the city, into a part of the state where cell service started to die a slow, painful death about an hour in. The paved roads gave way to gravel, then to a dirt track that felt more like a deer trail. The trees grew thicker, taller, their branches intertwining overhead to form a perpetual twilight. The air grew colder, even though it was late summer, and the silence was heavy. It pressed in on you, like cotton in your ears, broken only by the crunch of my tires on the loose earth and the occasional caw of a crow. I found the lightning-scarred oak, a truly massive, ancient thing that looked like it had been struck by a god. After that, the track narrowed even further, overgrown with weeds and low-hanging branches that scraped against the sides of my beat-up sedan. Finally, just as the last sliver of daylight was fading from the sky, the road truly ended. There was a small, overgrown clearing, and beyond it, through a screen of pale birches, I saw it, the cabin. It looked exactly like the grainy photos. Small, dark logs, a single chimney, and a porch that sagged precariously. It did not look inviting, not by a long shot. It looked forgotten, but it was there, and it was cheap. I killed the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening. I sat there for a moment, just breathing, letting the quiet seep into my bones. Then I grabbed my backpack and a duffel bag, my only luggage, and got out. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles, damp earth, and something else, something I could not quite place. A faint metallic tang, almost like old pennies. The door creaked open with a groan that sounded less like wood on wood and more like a dying animal. Inside, it was even darker than the photos suggested. No electricity yet, obviously. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom, illuminating a single, sparsely furnished room. A rickety table and 2 chairs, a sagging sofa, and in the corner, a small, unmade bed. Dust motes danced in the light, thick and ancient. The air was cold, damp, and the metallic smell was stronger in here. I found a switch by the door, flicked it, and to my surprise, a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered to life, casting a sickly yellow glow over everything. It was not much, but it was light. The first thing I noticed then, with proper illumination, was the walls. They were made of rough-hewn logs, dark with age, but something else was on them. Stains. Dark, reddish-brown stains, running in streaks down the wood. My heart gave a little thump. Okay, Alex. I muttered to myself, old cabin, probably some kind of water damage, maybe a leaky roof, and the wood just bled its tannins or something. I tried to rationalize it, to brush it off. But the smell, that metallic tang, was really getting to me now. It was unmistakable. It smelled like blood. I walked closer to one of the walls, my flashlight still on, supplementing the weak overhead bulb. The stains were not just water damage. They were too dark, too viscous looking. Some of them looked fresh, almost wet, even though the cabin felt bone dry. I reached out a finger, hesitant, and touched one of the streaks. It was cool, slightly sticky, and left a faint, reddish residue on my fingertip. My stomach churned. This was not rust. This was not wood sap. This was blood. Old, dried blood, maybe. But then, there was a fresh drip, just above my level, a small, ruby-red bead forming on the rough bark. It swelled, elongated, and then slowly, sickeningly, slid down the wall, leaving a glistening trail in its wake. I jerked my hand back, a strangled sound catching in my throat. My mind raced, trying to find any explanation. An animal. Someone had been hurt here. But the way it dripped, slowly, deliberately, as if the wall itself was weeping, it was profoundly unsettling. I backed away from the wall, my eyes scanning the room. Every log, every surface seemed to have these stains. Some were faint, ancient smears. Others were stark and vivid. The cabin was not just old, it was soaked in something. Something terrible. Panic began to bubble in my chest. I should leave. I should just get in my car and drive. But it was dark. I was hours from civilization, and the thought of navigating that treacherous dirt track in the pitch black was almost as terrifying as the cabin itself. Besides, there was a stubborn part of me, a part that was tired of being defeated, that refused to be scared off by a few bloodstains. Maybe it was just some weird, natural phenomenon. Yeah, right. I tried to ignore it. I unpacked my meager supplies, mostly non-perishable food and a few changes of clothes. I found the bathroom a small, cramped space with a toilet and a rusty shower head. More stains on the wooden walls in there, of course. The water from the tap ran clear, though, which was a small mercy. As I was putting away my things, I noticed something else on the wall by the bed. It was not a stain this time. It was writing, scrawled in what looked like dried blood, barely visible against the dark wood. My heart hammered against my ribs. I leaned in, holding my phone light closer. The script was old-fashioned, almost cursive, but jagged, like it had been written in a hurry or by a trembling hand. And it was a name, Elias Thorne. Below it, another name, Clara Vance, and another, Samuel Sam Miller. A dozen names, maybe more, running down the log wall, each one written in that same unsettling reddish-brown substance. Some looked ancient, almost faded into the wood, while others were disturbingly fresh, as if etched there just yesterday. My blood ran cold. This was not just a quirky cabin with weird stains. This was something else entirely. The names. Why were they here? Were they previous occupants? Victims. The word victims echoed in my head, a chilling whisper. I spent the first night in a state of hyper-alert paranoia. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept my phone flashlight on, even though the battery was draining fast. I could not bring myself to turn off the single weak bulb. The darkness outside the cabin felt like a hungry moth, and the darkness inside felt like it was breathing. I lay on the sag of bed, staring at the names, trying to make sense of them. I even tried to goo a few, using the last vestiges of my phone signal, but nothing came up. No famous murders, no local legends, just silence. The silence of the internet, which in some ways was even more unsettling. It meant these were not public figures, not people who'd made headlines. Just ordinary people, whose names were now etched into the walls of this godforsaken cabin. The metallic smell grew stronger as the night wore on, mingling with the scent of damp wood and something else, something faintly sweet and cloying, like decay. I swore I could hear faint, wet plinks in the oppressive quiet, the sound of drops hitting the floor, even though I could not see anything new. My imagination. I told myself. It had to be. Sleep was impossible. I drifted in and out of a restless stupor, plagued by vivid, disturbing images of the walls weeping rivers of blood, of faceless figures scratching names into the wood with bloody fingernails. By morning, the cabin felt even colder, even more unwelcoming. The light filtering through the grimy windows did little to dispel the gloom. I forced myself to get up, make some coffee on the tiny propane stove I had brought, and try to think clearly. I needed to investigate. I needed to know what this place was. The logical part of my brain, the part that had not completely succumbed to fear, told me to examine the names more closely. I pulled out a small notebook and pen from my backpack and began to copy them down one by one. There were 37 names in total. Some were barely legible, others stark. I noticed a pattern. They were not in alphabetical order, but they seemed to be grouped, or maybe just randomly placed. As I copied the last name, Arthur Finch, my pen hovered over the list. My eyes drifted to a blank space on the wall, just below the last name I had written. It was a patch of relatively clean wood, almost inviting. And then, I saw it. A tiny, almost imperceptible bead of red began to form on the wood. It was slow, agonizingly slow. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as it grew, glistening wetly, reflecting the weak light. It was directly above that blank space. And as it swelled, another name, faint at first, began to appear beneath it, almost as if it was being written by the blood itself. My breath hitched. My hand trembled so violently I almost dropped the notebook. The letters were forming slowly, painfully. A-L-E-X. It was my name. My stomach plummeted to my feet. It was writing my name. I stumbled back, knocking over a chair, my heart a frantic drum solo in my chest. No, this was not happening. This could not be happening. It was a trick of the light, a hallucination, a stress-induced psychosis. I pinched myself hard. The pain was real. The name, slowly but surely, continued to materialize on the wall, the blood tracing out each letter with horrifying precision. A-L-E-X-H-A-R-P-E-R. My full name. My entire body went numb with a cold dread that seeped into my very bones. The cabin was not just a place where bad things had happened. It was a place where bad things were going to happen. And I was next. I did not waste another second. I grabbed my car keys, my backpack, and sprinted for the door. The metallic smell was overpowering now, clinging to my clothes, filling my lungs. I could hear the wet plink, plink, plink of new drips accelerating from all directions. The walls seemed to pulse, a faint, rhythmic thrumming beneath the surface of the wood. I burst out of the cabin, gasping for breath, the cool morning air a shock against my skin. The woods, which had seemed so oppressive the night before, now felt like a potential sanctuary, a place to hide from the horror I had just witnessed. I scrambled into my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine turned over once, twice, a hesitant cough. Then nothing. I tried again, and again, just a sickening click. The battery was dead. Or something was dead. My car, my only way out, was now as useless as a brick. Despair, cold and absolute, washed over me. I slammed my fist against the steering wheel, a choke sob escaping my lips. The cabin stood silent behind me, a dark, malevolent presence in the clearing, watching. I could feel its gaze, heavy and patient. It had me. I knew I could not stay. Even if the car was dead, I had to try to walk. I had to run. I looked at the dark, winding track, disappearing into the dense trees. It was miles to the nearest paved road, miles more to anything resembling civilization. But I had no choice. I grabbed my phone, hoping against hope for a signal, but the screen showed nothing but the dreaded no service icon. My only other possession of value was my small backpack, containing some water, a few energy bars, and a first aid kit. I strapped it on, took a deep breath, and started walking. The woods were a maze of shadows and unfamiliar sounds. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush sent my heart leaping into my throat. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the cabin looming behind me, or some grotesque manifestation of its evil pursuing me. The metallic tang of blood seemed to follow me, a phantom scent clinging to my nostrils. I walked for what felt like hours, my legs aching, my throat dry. The sun, when it occasionally broke through the canopy, was weak and watery. I tried to keep track of my direction, but the path wound and twisted, making it impossible to maintain a straight line. Doubt began to creep in. Was I even going the right way? Or was I just walking in circles, deeper and deeper into the woods? Then, I noticed something. On the bark of a large pine tree, just at eye level, was a faint, reddish smear, like a finger swipe. I stopped, my breath catching. It could not be. I walked on, my eyes scanning the trees. Another smear, and another. They were spaced out, almost like markers. The blood. It was here too. The cabin's influence was not confined to its walls. It was seeping into the very forest around it. The metallic smell, faint at first, grew stronger with each bloody mark I found. It was like a trail, leading me somewhere, or perhaps leading me back. A cold dread settled over me. What if these were not just random smears? What if they were guiding me? Or what if they were the remnants of previous victims who had tried to escape? The thought made my skin crawl. I tried to ignore the marks, to focus on putting one foot in front of the other. But they kept appearing, more frequently now, almost taunting me. They seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of the undergrowth, drawing my eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the path opened into a small, familiar clearing. My heart sank. There, nestled amongst the birches, was the cabin. The bleeding cabin. I had walked in a complete circle. It stood there, silent and dark, mocking my futile attempt at escape. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, menacing shadows. The cabin looked different now, more sinister. The stains on its walls seemed darker, more vibrant, almost glowing with an inner light. I sank to the ground, my back against a tree, utterly defeated. My legs would not carry me another step. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and exhaustion. I was trapped with a cabin that wrote names in blood, a cabin that was now expecting me. As darkness truly fell, the cabin began to change. I could see it from my vantage point in the clearing. The faint yellow glow of the single bulb inside was still on, but it seemed to pulse now. And the blood was everywhere. It was not just dripping, it was oozing, seeping from every crack and seam in the logs. It looked thick, almost syrupy, catching the faint light from the windows. The metallic smell was overwhelming, making me gag. I could hear the plink, plink, plink again, no longer just imagined, but real. It sounded like a slow, macabre rainfall. I watched, mesmerized by a terrible fascination, as one of the windows began to fog up from the inside, not with condensation, but with a reddish mist. And then a shape formed within the mist, a vague, indistinct face, pressing against the glass. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, but it left an impression of profound sorrow and desperate hunger. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that the cabin was alive. It was a hungry entity, sustained by the fear and the lifeblood of those whose names it wrote. And my name was on its wall. I spent the second night huddled against a tree, too terrified to move, too terrified to even breathe loudly. I watched the cabin, watched the blood flow, watched the shadows dance within its windows. I heard whispers, faint and indistinct, carried on the wind, like a chorus of dying voices. They seemed to call my name, coaxing me closer. In the early hours of the morning, just before dawn, I saw something truly horrifying. A figure emerged from the front door of the cabin. It was tall, gaunt, and moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. It was almost translucent, like a wraith, and its face was a blur of agony, a swirling vortex of fear and pain. It walked slowly towards my car, its head tilted, as if listening. It reached the driver's side door, and then, with an impossible grace, it simply melted into the metal, dissolving like smoke. A moment later, the cabin glowed brighter, a deep, crimson pulse emanating from within, and the metallic smell intensified to an unbearable degree. I understood then. The names on the wall were not just predictions. They were a record of those who had been consumed by the cabin, and the figures were their lingering essences, their souls trapped within its walls, forced to participate in its endless, bloody cycle. The sun finally rose, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, but it did nothing to dispel the terror. The cabin, in the harsh light of day, looked just as dark and malevolent. The blood still flowed, though perhaps a little less vigorously. I knew I could not stay, and I could not run. The cabin had proven that. There was only one option left, one horrifying, desperate gamble. I had to go back inside. I had to face it. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to break the cycle, to stop it. Or perhaps, I was simply drawn to my fate like a moth to a bloody flame. My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to stand. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but a strange, cold resolve had settled over me. I walked slowly towards the cabin, each step heavy with dread. The air grew thick and heavy, the metallic tang of blood filling my lungs with every breath. The front door, which I had left ajar in my panicked escape, stood open, a dark maw inviting me in. I could see the names on the wall from outside now, and there, stark and fresh, was my own name, Alex Harper. It seemed to glow faintly, a beacon of my impending. As I stepped across the threshold, the air inside grew instantly colder, the silence heavier. The single bulb still cast its sickly yellow light, but now the walls were truly weeping. Thick rivulets of blood ran down every surface, pooling on the floorboards, forming dark, viscous puddles. The smell was overpowering, a mixture of iron, decay, and something else, something ancient and hungry. I looked at my name on the wall. It was still there, still fresh. And then I saw it. Just below my name, a new space was already forming, a faint indentation in the wood, as if waiting for the next inscription. Panic threatened to overwhelm me again, but I fought it down. I had to find something, anything, that could explain this, that could stop it. I started searching, my eyes darting around the blood sofa. I checked under the bed, behind the sofa, in the small, grimy cupboards of the kitchen. Nothing. Just more blood, more dust, more silence. Then, I noticed a loose floorboard near the fireplace. It was almost imperceptible, but one corner was slightly raised. I knelt down, my hands trembling, and pried it up. Beneath it, nestled in the dark earth, was a small, leather-bound journal. It was old, its pages yellowed and brittle, but miraculously, it was not stained with blood. I opened it, my heart pounding. The handwriting was neat, elegant, a stark contrast to the jagged script on the walls. The first entry was dated 1887. It belonged to a man named Thomas Blackwood. August 14th, 1887. I have finally completed the cabin. A simple dwelling, but sturdy. I hope it will serve as a refuge for my family. The land here feels ancient, powerful. I feel a presence in the woods, something old and deep. I skimmed through the entries, reading about his family, their struggles, their simple lives. Then, the tone began to shift. September 3rd, 1888. A strange occurrence. A red stain appeared on the wall today, like blood. My wife, Eleanor, is unnerved. I try to rationalize it, a sap from the wood, perhaps, but it feels wrong. October 1st, 1888. More stains. And now names. Scrawled into the wood. I saw my own name today. Thomas Blackwood. It fills me with a dread I cannot articulate. Eleanor is terrified. She says we must leave. October 5th, 1888. Eleanor tried to leave. The wagon wheel broke. The path to the road was gone. The cabin, it holds us. The names, they are a prophecy, a curse. I saw a new name today. Eleanor Blackwood. Oh God, Eleanor. The entries became increasingly frantic, disjointed. Thomas described how the cabin began to feed, how the blood flowed, how the names appeared, how his family slowly withered, their life force drained, until they became part of the cabin itself, their faces appearing in the blood, their whispers carried on the wind. He described how he tried to fight it, to burn the cabin down, but the wood would not catch, the fire would not take. The last entry was barely legible, scrawled in a shaky hand. November 12th, 1888. My name is almost gone. Faded now. I feel myself dissolving, becoming part of the wood. My blood, my life, it feeds the cabin. It hungers. It will never stop. The names, they are the menu. The next one is Elias Thorne. Tell Elias run. Elias Thorne. The first name on the wall I had copied down. The cabin was not just a place where people died and consumed them. It was a living, breathing entity, a parasitic being that fed on human life. draining its victims dry and etching their names into its very fabric. I looked down at the journal, then up at the wall, at my name, Alex Harper, stark and fresh. And then I looked at the blank space below it, waiting. A cold, wet drip landed on the back of my hand. I looked up. A fresh, thick stream of blood was flowing from a log directly above my head, running down the wall, heading straight for that empty space. And as it flowed, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound coming from within the walls, as if unseen claws were preparing to carve the next name. My mind raced, a desperate, frantic scramble for an answer. The journal said he tried to burn it, but it would not catch. What else? What else could stop something like this? Then, an idea, insane and terrifying, sparked in my mind. If the names were a prophecy, a menu, then perhaps I could alter the menu. Perhaps I could change the order. My hands were shaking, but I forced myself to act. I grabbed the propane stove, my lighter, and the journal. I set the stove on a clear patch of floor away from the blood and turned it on, igniting the burner. A small, blue flame flickered to life. Then, with a desperate resolve, I looked at my name on the wall, Alex Harper. I took a deep breath, fighting down the rising gorge in my throat, and plunged my hand into one of the viscous puddles of blood on the floor. It was warm, sickeningly warm and sticky. With my blood-soaked fingers, I reached for the wall, not for my name, but for the blank space below it, the space where the next victim's name would appear. I started to write. Not my name, not a fake name. I wrote the first name I could think of, a name that had caused me so much pain, a name that felt like a betrayal. Sarah Jenkins. The moment the last letter was formed, the cabin convulsed. The walls groaned, a deep, guttural sound that vibrated through the floorboards and up into my bones. The blood on the walls seemed to surge, flowing faster, thicker, forming grotesque, fleeting faces in its currents. The light bulb flickered wildly, threatening to die. A chorus of whispers erupted from the walls, a cacophony of anguished voices, screaming, crying, pleading. They were angry, furious, but I held my ground. I stared at the name I had just written. Sarah Jenkins, now glowing faintly in the bloody light, looking as real and as permanent as my own. The blank space below it was still there, but now the blood was beginning to gather above Sarah's name, ready to start its work. The whispers intensified, swirling around me, trying to break my resolve. I could feel the cabin trying to pull me, to drain me, but I resisted. I had changed its menu. I had diverted its hunger. I knew, with a terrible certainty, that this would not save me forever. The cabin would still want me. It would still try to get me. But I had bought myself time, a desperate, horrifying reprieve. I also knew that I could never leave. The car was dead. The woods were a trap. The cabin was my prison. But for now, for this moment, I was not the next course. Someone else was. I looked at the journal, at the last entry of Thomas Blackwood, his plea to Elias Thorne. Tell Elias run. I had not run. I had fought back in the only way I knew how. By sacrificing someone else. By becoming as monstrous as the cabin itself. The blood on the walls continued to drip. The whispers continued to moan. But the focus had shifted. The cabin's hungry gaze was no longer entirely on me. It was on the name I had just written, on Sarah Jenkins. I slumped against the wall, utterly drained, covered in blood that was not my own. I was alive, for now, but I was no longer Alex Harper. Thank you for joining us again in the darkness. If you want to hear more real encounters and haunting stories, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. And if you have a memory that still sends shivers down your spine, share it with us in the comments.